Order.
O God, may your spirit and guidance be in us as we work for the benefit of all our people, for peace and justice in our land, and for the constant recognition of the dignity and aspirations of those whom we serve. Amen.
Minister statements. Minister statements, Honourable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start today by acknowledging the devastation experienced by residents in Hay River, Katladeche First Nation, and West Point First Nation. Thousands of residents were forced to leave their homes and their lives behind earlier this month when floodwaters rose to unprecedented levels in the area. Last week, I visited the three communities with the Honourable Shane Thompson, Minister of Municipal and Community Affairs, the Honourable Carolyn Wozniak, Minister of Finance, and the Honourable Diane Archie, Minister of Infrastructure, to assess the situation and meet with leadership. It was devastating to see the damages to homes and property and hear the heartbreaking stories of people who have lost so much. The Government of the Northwest Territories will continue to support residents and leadership in flood-affected communities and help with the rebuilding process. It will take time, but we'll be there every step of the way. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories is committed to giving residents and communities the best opportunities to achieve success. The COVID-19 pandemic has put us all to the test over the last 2+ years, and I express my sincere condolences to the families, loved ones, and communities of those who have died from the disease or have been severely impacted by it. COVID-19 took a huge toll on residents and businesses, and as a government, we're laser-focused on the social and economic recovery of the territory. Mr. Speaker, there's been positive steps made that impact this important work. Last May, our government tabled Emerging Stronger, planning our economic and social recovery together in the Legislative Assembly. This plan builds on the commitments made in the mandate of the Government of the Northwest Territories 2019 to 2023 to revitalize our economy and support communities and people to recover from the economic impacts of the pandemic and to bridge the social gaps exposed by the pandemic. Since the release of Emerging Stronger, our government has sought and received input from Indigenous governments, business and industry groups, regular MLAs, and the public on our actions to support social and economic recovery. We have reviewed that input and made updates to the plan that reflect our shared priorities as Northerners as we continue to build the future together. Mr. Speaker, I'll be tabling an update on Emerging Stronger this sitting that will highlight the progress the N.W.T Government of the Northwest Territories has made to recover from the pandemic over the course of the past year, despite numerous challenges, both in terms of the spread of COVID-19 and the broader economic uncertainty and social instability. I expect the conversation around social and economic recovery to be ongoing and to continue to evolve, with a further update to Emerging Stronger to be provided 1 year from now. A fundamental part of our success as a government and the future prosperity of our territory depends on a productive and collaborative partnership with Indigenous governments. The decisions we make as a government must reflect our commitment to reconciliation and the affirmation and advancement of Indigenous rights and self-determination. We have tried to foster constructive and respectful government-to-government relationships with Indigenous governments who have or are in the process of negotiating land claims or self-government agreements with the Government of Canada and the Government of the Northwest Territories. We are trying to advance reconciliation, recognize and affirm Indigenous rights, and support an expanded program and service delivery. A huge part of this process is building trust. Indigenous people have not had a lot of reasons to trust colonial models of government. Mr. Speaker, I say this often, nothing about us without us. The relationships we foster with Indigenous governments in the Northwest Territories is a key part of our collective success. The pandemic has demonstrated that we must work together with Indigenous governments, as well as the federal government, municipal governments, the business community, and other key stakeholders to achieve success. One of our biggest accomplishments in the life of this government has been the strong and collaborative partnership we've developed with Indigenous governments. However, we still have a number of unsettled land claims that our government has committed to advancing. We recognize that Indigenous governments being able to make and implement their own decisions is a fundamental part of self-determination. Settling and implementing agreements with Indigenous governments is one of the most important ways that the government can advance reconciliation and demonstrate respect for Indigenous people. Mr. Speaker, settling and implementing treaty land, resources, and self-government agreements is a priority for the governments of the Northwest Territories and will help secure respectful relationships with Indigenous governments, clarify responsibility for land and resources, and create new economic opportunities for Indigenous governments and residents of the N.W.T. That is why we've committed to reviewing, updating, and publishing territorial principles and interests for concluding and implementing land, resources, and self-government agreements that reflect the Government of the Northwest Territories' new priorities and mandate. Mr. Speaker, I've heard two common themes when talking to Indigenous governments about negotiations: clarity of our mandates and dislike of our need for core principles and objectives within the agreements. The N.W.T. core principles and objectives were a set of high-level statements that described the fundamental characteristics of social programs and provided the context for the development of operational standards associated with consistent program delivery in the N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, our approach to negotiations has not changed in decades, but the world that we live in has. As such, we will be taking two steps to improve our approach to negotiations. First, we have reviewed, updated, and will publish principles and interests guiding the GNWT at Aboriginal rights negotiations with Indigenous people. I will table this document later today. It's time we better articulate our principles and interests to help clarify and help build trust in negotiations. As well, Mr. Speaker, we'll be removing the requirement for core principles and objectives from self-government agreements being negotiated pending agreement with Indigenous governments. The N.W.T. core principles and objectives were a set of high-level statements that describe the fundamental characteristics of social programs and provided the context for the development of operational standards associated with consistent program delivery in the Territory. Indigenous governments express the view that the current approach to core principles and objectives is not aligned with their interpretation of the implementation of the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. Mr. Speaker, we recognize that flexible, innovative approaches may be needed to help resolve long-standing negotiations, and we're committed to working with partners to find creative solutions that are in the best interest of the parties and the people of the Northwest Territories. I'm optimistic that removing these two barriers will assist, and I look forward to continuing to advance the negotiations of outstanding land claims in the Northwest Territories. Partnership and collaborative relationships with all levels of government are the foundation of our success as a territory. By working together with Canada, other provinces, Indigenous leadership, community governments, we are able to make great strides in building a better territory for everyone. I've had the opportunity to have important and productive discussions as part of the Northern Premiers Forum earlier this month and the Western Premiers Forum just last week. These meetings are opportunities to continue to build on our relationships, advance shared priorities, and continue to find ways to ensure our voices are being heard by leadership across the country, including the federal government. Since our last sitting, I've had conversations with federal ministers and continue to advocate for investment in the Northwest Territories. Excuse me. There are economic and social challenges that impact us in ways that our neighbors south of the 60th parallel take for granted. Basic infrastructure, affordable and reliable housing, roads, broadband, and cleaner sources of energy. For decades, the Northwest Territories has been playing catch-up to southern Canada. It's time for Northerners to be given the same opportunities afforded to the rest of Canada, and I remain committed to advancing our priorities in Ottawa. Supporting people to have comparable quality of life and benefits wherever they live is a fundamental Canadian value and an important part of reconciliation, Mr. Speaker. Governments across the territory rely on a collaborative partnership with the federal government. The gaps we're seeking to close are those identified in Canada's Arctic and Northern Policy Framework that was developed collaboratively with Canada and will be implemented with the N.W.T. Council of Leaders. The Council of Leaders has agreed to collaborate on areas of shared interest and to become the regional implementation body for the Arctic and Northern Policy Framework in the Northwest Territories. We view this as the roadmap to closing the gap and will continue to work with Canada to ensure the framework becomes a reality and provides positive, long-lasting benefits to Northerners. Mr. Speaker, in April I attended the Arctic Encounter Symposium in Anchorage, Alaska. It was an opportunity to discuss shared opportunities and challenges with Arctic leaders and policymakers from around the circumpolar north. Given the tragic situation in Ukraine, there's a heightened sense of urgency when we talk about Arctic sovereignty and security, and the symposium provided an opportunity to talk about how we contribute to improving the quality of life for Northerners and ensure the safety of our residents and the support we need for global stability. This was an opportunity to work closely with other Arctic leaders to increase awareness around Arctic security, economic development, infrastructure development, housing, climate change, and women in leadership. If we're going to advance our priorities as a territory to ensure residents and generations to come have the best opportunities available to them to achieve success in life, we must continue to build important relationships with others around the world. It was clear to me over the course of the symposium that many shared common concerns and faced similar challenges as we do in our territory. By building stronger relationships and learning from one another, we can grow stronger in our collective efforts to improve the lives of Northerners, not only in our territory, but around the world. I know this is a short sitting before we go into a lengthy summer break, but I'm hopeful that we can continue to advance the priorities of this government. The life of this government is short now, and I, along with Cabinet, are committed to advancing and completing our mandate priorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Premier. Minister statements. Minister statements. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the flooding that just occurred in the South Slave was, perhaps, the largest natural disaster this territory has ever seen. The number of persons and properties compromised was extensive. The cost for the initial response and evacuation, which include contractors, additional staff, equipment, transportation, and continued accommodation needs, will only increase. Private and commercial properties will require abatement, repairs, and possibly replacement. The DAP applications received may well exceed 400, and costing an estimated $150 million or more. In addition to this amount, we must consider the cost of mitigating future damage to those homes in floodplains throughout Hay River and the N.W.T. Then we may well be talking $1 billion and counting. If we do nothing to mitigate flooding, then the cost will only increase over time. Mr. Speaker, this government has been dealing with flooding throughout the N.W.T. for decades. Last year it was Fort Simpson, Jean Marie, and Fort Good Hope. This year it was Hay River, West Point, and N.W.T. Apart from modifying the disaster assistance policy and placing pathfinders and assessors on the ground quickly, what, if anything, was learned from this and previous floods? Did this government, with all the resources at its disposal, do all it could to assess, predict, and mitigate the potential for flooding in the South Slave? Or was that responsibility placed on the shoulders of the communities which lack capacity and expertise when it comes to predicting floods? Mr. Speaker, when one looks at the extent of the Hay River watershed, We can see it extends well into Alberta and northeastern BC. As spring arrives, the quantity of water within the watershed is impacted by snowfall, ice quantity, ice thickness, glacial melt, rainfall, fluctuating temperatures, deforestation, natural and manufactured obstructions, and climate change, all being indicators when developing modeling to predict flood potential. Mr. Speaker, in addition to personal abatement, mitigation and repair of homes and businesses, we need to question what measures are available to mitigate future damage and what will that cost be. To determine mitigation measures, we need flood mapping to determine flood risk areas and elevations, an assessment of not only the river and climate conditions in and around Hay River, and extensive analysis of the Hay River watershed if we expect to predict flood risk and develop long-term mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude a statement. Are there any nays? If there are no nays, you may conclude your statement.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in the past, blasting and drilling at the mouth of the Hay River was used. This method artificially pushed the location where ice jams occurred further out into the lake, thereby allowing ice to flow in the river. Dredging occurred in the mouth of the Hay River, but was discontinued many years ago. With some success, the latest method used is that of earthen berms along the shoreline at the West Channel. Whatever the methods we choose, it must be based on science and action sooner than later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Member statements. Member statements. Member for N.W.T. Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this past winter, the homeless shelter and the emergency shelter have been operated by the Housing Corporation. Since being elected, I have raised issues that have been brought forward to me impacting them and their operations. The emergency shelter was having difficulty and needed support. However, the homeless shelter, from my discussions with the past board, were running somewhat well by the board, minus their concerns for minimal funding and ongoing search for funding. Mr. Speaker, the past board had stated that they would assume to take over the emergency shelter before Housing Corporation assumed control over both. Why the Housing Corporation did not let this happen, I am unsure, and I never really got an answer. These two shelters were run by separate non-for-profit boards, and they have both since dissolved. When advocating for support for the emergency shelter last spring, Housing Corporation took over control of both shelters and hired employees into N.W.T. positions and ran it throughout the winter. Mr. Speaker, there is now an RFP posted to try and go back to have a non-for-profit run the organization again. I raised the issue of assuming full control over the shelters and then try to give them back will not be an easy task. I have also been asking for the homeless strategy and have yet to see this after many promises of the next sitting, we will have it ready. The next sitting, we will have it ready. I heard this a few times, Mr. Speaker. I'm worried for the future of our homeless and emergency shelter in Inuvik, and will have questions for the minister responsible for homelessness. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Lakes. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out to this Assembly that the hamlet of Enterprise is the only hamlet in the Northwest Territories that does not have a school of its own. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine that in today's climate of reconciliation and with the national focus on the utmost importance of quality early learning and childcare, that the parents of young children in the hamlet of Enterprise are still forced to send their children to the town of Hay River, which is approximately 40 kilometers away, in order to receive an education? Mr. Speaker, this situation is completely unacceptable. This government has made a commitment to the people of the North that every effort will be made to reconcile the horrific history and legacy of the residential school system, including the long history of sending our students away from their community to attend day schools. I wonder how many of our cabinet and regular members, who themselves may be parents or grandparents of young children, would be comfortable in having their 4, 5, or 6-year-olds sit on the bus each day, and even in extreme weather conditions, to be transported to a school 40 kilometers away. Mr. Speaker, the Hamlet of Enterprise and the Education Working Group have been advocating for numerous years to have a small elementary school established in their community. The elementary school would focus on educating students from junior kindergarten to grade 6. The hamlet has identified existing infrastructure that could be converted, but does require the assistance from ECE. Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment at the appropriate time. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Ditchell. Member statements. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. It certainly came as a surprise when the merger of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources and Department of Lands was announced on May 17, 2022. I thought this sort of change might cause our Cabinet colleagues to engage this side of the House before final decisions on government reorganization might be made. To be clear, I never really understood why there was a Department of Lands created at devolution as some sort of a buffer or arbiter between the pro-development, industry, tourism and investment, and the pro-sustainability, environment and natural resources. I'm not opposed to this merger, but would like to know more about the basis for this decision already taken by Cabinet, and believe that the principle of no surprises has not been followed by this government. Who had input into this decision, and how was that process designed and approved? I had understood that some government reorganization or efficiencies might come about from the so-called government renewal initiative that is apparently underway, but this merger was not announced as part of that process. There are other more urgent needs in terms of government reorganization that should be addressed by this Cabinet. The conflicting roles of ITI as both a promoter and regulator of resource development could and should have been avoided at devolution by having surface and subsurface resources administered by one department and leaving the promotion to ITI, which they are very good at. Support for NGOs could be better coordinated out of the executive, where local government affairs would also be better situated. Back in October 2019, the soon-to-be Premier promised to change the name of ENR to the Department of Environment and Climate Change, but that hasn't happened either. I'll have questions for the Premier on government reorganization and whether regular MLAs and the public will be engaged now and in the future. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Member statements. Member for Thabatra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in March I made a statement about homelessness, where I highlighted a tiny homes pilot project which Salt River First Nation is trying to get underway with the help of additional funding. At the time, the Housing Minister would not commit to allocate any funds to this project because it is a project solely for members of the Salt River First Nation. Well, Mr. Speaker, that is a narrow view of looking at the situation. I like to look at things in a broader context to see the bigger picture. This tiny home project is an innovative solution in addressing the issues of homelessness within Fort Smith. Sure, the funding would go directly to the Salt River First Nation, but the benefits of the project would help the whole town when all is said and done. Besides, allocating funds to help Salt River with housing is not a new concept. Premier Cochrane spoke in March about her time as Housing Minister in the 18th Assembly, where she worked with Salt River to allocate funds to build homes on reserve for the members of the Salt River First Nation. Mr. Speaker, how is that situation in the last Assembly any different from the situation we are in now? I would encourage our current Housing Minister to approach this housing project in a similar way, with an open heart and open mind, as her predecessor did. After all, how is the Salt River First Nation tiny home pilot project any different from any other housing projects that the minister listed off last Thursday, May 26, during question period? In an exchange with a member of Great Slave, The minister mentioned various new housing project applications around the N.W.T, which includes the Family Support Centre for $3.7 million and 14 units, Habitat for Humanity with 10 units, Avon Society with 102 units expansion, Borealis Co-op with 50 units in affordable housing, Spruce Bow receiving $640,000, the Nahanni Butte Denny Band with 10 new units, YWCA with 21 units, N.W.T Community Services for a project valued at $6 million, and the Delaney Go-To government with 10 new units. The people of Salt River are residents of the N.W.T as well, so they deserve equal consideration for territorial funding to help address homelessness, just as any other community, region, organization within the N.W.T. I seek unanimous consent to conclude my statement.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. The member seeking unanimous consent to conclude her statement. Are there any nays? There are no nays. You may conclude your statement.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister told me that officials with Housing N.W.T would meet with Salt River First Nation in April to discuss details about their tiny home pilot project. However, I spoke to Chief Putra recently, and he confirmed they did not meet in person with Housing N.W.T to discuss the project. So I can only assume discussions took place virtually via Zoom. As the MLA for Thabacha, I will continue to work with Cabinet to ensure Salt River First Nation is properly assisted in their application to the National Housing Co-Investment Fund for their tiny home pilot project. I hope to see Cabinet working closely with Salt River First Nation to help them apply for and successfully receive the funding they require for this innovative homelessness project. I will have questions for the Minister of Finance at the appropriate time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Northern Manufactured Products Policy provides incentives to support production within the N.W.T of goods purchased. But if the N.W.T is not making the effort to buy the products that the other arm is incentivizing, then the policy falls flat. Instead of manufacturing, innovating, and growing, Northern manufacturers are setting up shop inside government departments to get their attention or in their inboxes to work through the application process. Here in the N.W.T, the territorial government remains the most significant economic driver. And this government knows this, Mr. Speaker. In multiple budget addresses, we have heard this government reflect on the impact of its capital budget to the N.W.T economy and have incrementally passed the biggest capital budgets the N.W.T has seen under the guise of Northern benefit and pandemic recovery. But large projects are awarded to large companies who break down the work and ship it south, void of the N.W.T's business incentive policies, our expectations of Northern benefit outside of a completed project, and no teeth to hold winning bids to the Northern benefit promises made to secure the project in the first place. In addition to losing Northern benefit through subcontracts, local manufacturers are also missing out in contracts valued under $25,000. And when so much of the potential market falls under this procurement threshold, much of the potential for manufacturing growth comes from each individual department. The GNWT needs to identify local manufacturers across departments and coordinate when multiple departments need the same item. Coordinated purchasing reduces unit cost, drives labor needs, and allows for greater investment in business growth. Mr. Speaker, in this government, local manufacturers were publicly praised for offering needed product and then left in dismay as product was ordered from outside the territory without giving them the opportunity to quote. We pass budgets that fund capacity building and innovation, but then skip the part where the GNWT buys local, and this is not walking the talk. At last count, over 165 people work for 18 companies in the NWT's manufacturing industry, but this is a far cry from our territory's potential, and the GNWT holds the key to reaching out. Like all Northern entrepreneurs, Northern manufacturers want to invest in their businesses, expand markets, and grow our skilled workforce. That's why NWT businesses participated in this government's procurement review and the manufacturing strategy review of the 18th Assembly. The government knows the challenges, and now we need change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Cam Lake. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Great Slave.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, May has marked Sexual Violence Awareness Month. With some of the highest rates of sexual violence in the country, it is important that we all work to address this devastating crime that impacts all aspects of life in our territory and crosses socioeconomic lines. Mr. Speaker, the legal age of consent in Canada is 16, and consent is defined as a voluntary, mutual, active, and ongoing agreement to engage in a sexual activity. Consent is not the absence of no, and it is not silent. Consent cannot be given by someone who is intoxicated, unconscious, or otherwise unable to give their agreement. Consent is not possible when one person is in a position of authority or power, or when the sexual activity is exploitative. When we speak of sexual violence, we must remember that this term encompasses a range of activities and behaviors that we may not necessarily think of as violent. Last session, I spoke about unwanted social media messages I've received since taking office. These messages made me feel unsafe in my home, and I felt violated. It didn't matter that I'd never been physically touched or even been in the presence of the perpetrator. However, the impacts to my mental health were real. Add in years of unwanted touching and negative comments throughout my career as a woman in engineering, and I find these events very triggering as I still cope with post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD from my time working in northern camps. And I'm not alone. The rates of sexual violence in our territory are staggering and likely underreported. In 2018, 38% of women and 18% of men experienced unwanted sexual behavior in a public space. And 1 in 3 women and 1 in 6 men experienced sexual harassment in the workplace. In fact, Mr. Speaker, 11 incidents of sexual assault happen in the N.W.T. every day. Can you imagine how this further contributes to the growing mental health crisis many of our residents face already? Mr. Speaker, I found a lot of this information on the N.W.T. Status of Women's social media page, and I commend them on the important work they're doing to combat sexual and all types of violence in the North. Tomorrow, May 31st at noon, the Council will be hosting Walk a Mile in Their Shoes at Samba Park. People are encouraged to wear teal and join the Status of Women Council in their efforts to raise awareness of this important issue that hurts us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Great Slave. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Mumfree.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm doing my member statement today on inflation and infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, on May 18, 2022, the Bureau of Statistics released data on the Consumer Price Index. This tracks changes to the average price of goods and services in the Northwest Territories. In other words, inflation. That report has shown that since this time last year, inflation has risen to 7%. Mr. Speaker, my constituents see much more than that. 7% reflected in the prices they pay for food, fuel, electricity, clothing, and other everyday items. The past 2 years have been hard enough without the cost of living increasing so much. The government must implement solutions to alleviate this burden on my people. Mr. Speaker, I look to what was done in Tuktoyaktuk and how residents benefited from the Inuvik-Tuk Highway, connecting our communities to larger centers, decrease the cost of transportation, and lowers the cost of living. Mr. Speaker, with the opening of the Klitschko Highway, previously known as the N.W.T All-Season Road, I am excited to see these benefits for residents in N.W.T. In addition, the eventual completion of the N.W.T transmission line will lower the cost of electricity. These 2 projects will certainly assist with the cost of living in N.W.T. Mr. Speaker, while good things may be happening for N.W.T, we need to speak of N.W.T and Both remain fly-in, fly-out communities with seasonal winter road access. The cost of living in these communities is expensive, and inflation is making it worse. Clearwater region has a deficit in our existing infrastructure, Mr. Speaker. If connecting N.W.T to the North Slave is the first step, then the next logical step would be continuing the road and transmission line to N.W.T and eventually to YELLOWKNIFE. Currently, we have seasonal access by winter road. But who is to say that climate change will make winter roads a sustainable solution in the future? Mr. Speaker, with the expected shutdown of the mines, the time is right to start planning an all-season road to N.W.T. I will have questions for the Minister of Infrastructure at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfwee. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to begin today's statement with apology in this House. On Friday, I referred to His Royal Highness Charles, Prince of Wales, as Old Chucky Boy. The rules of this House do not allow us to speak disrespectfully of the monarch or any member of his royal family, and I withdraw those remarks, Mr. Speaker. But with all due respect, I will now deliver a statement, Mr. Speaker, that I believe it is time for Canada to end its relationship with the monarchy. And I think a good start in that House would be to remove that rule, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that constitutional reform for the country of Canada is well above my pay grade, but, Mr. Speaker, we often have conversations about reconciliation in this House. And I believe in a territory that has been passed around for hundreds of years between royal family members, fur trading companies, and colonial governments, we owe ourselves to have that conversation when members of that family show up to assert their sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House have and had to swear an allegiance to Her Majesty and her heirs in order to sit in this House. This has been tested in Canada, and democratically elected officials have been refused their seats if they do not swear that oath. In Quebec, many of them go into the back room and swear it secretly, Mr. Speaker. We have kicked people out of city councils, MLAs, for refusing to swear this oath in other jurisdictions. And Mr. Speaker, I find it a little odd that in the 21st century, we're still having a debate about whether Republicans should be allowed to sit in this legislature. So I've already sworn that oath, as have we all. I'll have to admit, as I swore it, I cringed a little. I do not like taking legal oaths that I would never actually uphold. If it came down to it, I am not have any allegiance to Her Royal Highness, Mr. Speaker. But I challenge the next Assembly to think before we swear that oath and make a political statement to refuse to sign that oath. I think it would put our Commissioner, our clerks, and our Prime Minister in a very uncomfortable position about whether they are going to not allow a democratically elected House to exist. But I think it is something the N.W.T should do. And Mr. Speaker, this is not some sort of new conversation. Last year, Barbados left the monarchy, Belize, Bahamas, Jamaica, Grenada, Antigua, Barbuda, St. Kitts, and Nevis, all planning to leave the monarchy. Pretty soon it's just going to be us and England left there, Mr. Speaker. Only about 14 of the 54 countries remain. And Mr. Speaker, I will have questions for the Premier that I hope the next time that a member of his royal family shows up, we express that the final act of reconciliation is leaving that monarchy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Tuna-Day-Welday.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Healthcare in small communities. On May 16, 2022, Northern News Services published a leaked email exchange between myself and the Honourable Minister of Health and Social Services. It is regretful that this private communication was revealed without the benefit of context, and for that I am sorry. It is important that consensus politicians, we uphold ourselves to the highest standard and conduct that ensure the greatest amount of respect for our colleagues, especially so when we disagree on issues. Mr. Speaker, all that being said, I must now turn into the dismissive and patronizing tone struck by the Minister of Health and Social Services during our written exchange, and many more times in this House and over the course of our duties serving in this institution. It is not appropriate for any minister to scold a member for doing their job, representing their constituent. It is not appropriate to attempt to silence or validate criticism of the minister's portfolio by threatening the integrity of the healthcare services in the community that I represent. And finally, it is not appropriate for a non-Indigenous Yellowknife resident to talk down to a small community representative when she has zero experience in the day-to-day experience living in rural and remote Indigenous communities. During May 9, 2022 interview with CBC, the minister spent a great deal of effort to downplay negative patients' experience and even trying to gaslight patients who receive unacceptable care into believing that it was their own fault for failing to advocate for their own medical conditions. She has demonstrated fierce determination to silence her critics, promising to ignore complaints from the public raised outside the government channels, stating telemedia only telemedia is going to result in a resolution to complaints to the individual families. Mr. Speaker, people have lost confidence in the healthcare system. It is understandable that they don't trust their complaints will be taken seriously, but at the same time, the system. The Minister of Health and Social Services owes my constituents and the people of the Northwest Territories an apology. This is not about my ego. I have thick skin. I have been in politics for a long, long time, despite what the minister thinks. This is about our residents who are crying out for better health care and have been dismissed by our leaders. We all know, and the challenges in healthcare are great, but even so, our citizen deserves compassion and honesty from the minister and her department. I want to be crystal clear so my words are not misconstrued. I support the work of our health professionals and offer my warmest thanks for the hard work they do supporting the wellness of our residents. My issues lie with the management or health centers, hospitals, ministry under the Minister of Health and Social Services. She's the only one accountable for the disastrous treatment of Indigenous small communities members, and she must take responsibility for her portfolio. I will have questions for the minister later today on healthcare policy, and will continue to call on the minister to apologize to the House and the people of Northwest Territories. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tunde-Welde. Member for Yellowknife Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under the rules of debate 3.2, brackets 3, H and I, the statement made by the member for Tunde-Welde is out of order. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Yellowknife Centre has called a point of order. What is your point of order? I know you gave a little description, but please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Rules of debate 3.2, brackets 3, item H. It says, in a debate, the speaker will call a member to order if the member H makes allegations against another member, a House officer, a witness, or a member of the public, and I imputes false or hidden motives to another member. By suggesting that I am downplaying, gaslighting, requiring an apology for disastrous treatment, I believe this member is over the line. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Member for Yellowknife Centre. The member for Yellowknife Centre has called a point of order. Does the member for Tunde-Welde wish to speak to the point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I had trouble with my headset here, so if the minister could repeat her question, thank you.
Thank you, member for Tunde-Welde. Member for Yellowknife Centre, could you please repeat your
Mr. Speaker, according to the rules of debate, section 32, brackets 3, in a debate, the Speaker will call a member to order if the member H makes allegations against another member, a House officer, a witness, or a member of the public, and I imputes false or hidden motives to another member. There are various other charges another member with uttering a deliberate falsehood, uses abusive or insulting language of a nature likely to cause disorder. In no particular order in his statement, the member for Trinidad-Willowday suggested that I was downplaying concerns, gaslighting concerns, needed to apologize for concerns, treated his community in a way that was disastrous, and was threatening. None of these things are acceptable in this House.
Centre, would the member for Trinidad-Willowday wish to explain what he stated? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking to the point of order. My point of order that was raised by the minister is to talk about my comments made on, looks like on May 9th. This interview actually took place. The majority of the residents of the Northwest Territories had listened to that interview, and I have received a lot of calls from my constituents in regards to those comments. So I'm not sure where we go from here, Mr. Speaker, but I'm only conveying what's been said by my constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Trinidad-Willowday. The member for, does anyone else wish to speak to the point of order? See none. Colleagues, I'll take this under advisement and provide a ruling later. In the meantime, I'll ask all members to choose their words carefully and treat each other with respect. Thank you. Member statements. Member statements. Member for Nahende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I'm a bit early. However, I'm raising this House today to congratulate the class of 2022 for the two schools in the Nahende riding. This year, we see the Litico Regional High School and Acknowledgements School set to have their own celebrations for their graduates. Mr. Speaker, these graduates completed school in the midst of a global pandemic. No doubt their life was disturbed. No doubt there was added stress. No doubt there was uncertainty. Despite these challenges, or more accurately, because of them, they are stronger. They are stronger students having tested themselves. They will be a stronger job applicant as they have overcome the unexpected and preserved. They are stronger people that found ingenuity and resolution that they did not know they had. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate them. Their special day will be fast approaching, where they get to celebrate with their families and friends. That day is the one they have been waiting for since they entered kindergarten some 13 years ago. For some of them, it's waiting to get out of school and get on with their life. It brings to mind the old childhood rhyme, no more pencils, no more books, no more teachers, dirty looks. They have taken this next steps on their adventure called life. For many others, high school graduation is just the next step in their education, whether they are heading to university, college, or looking to set up an apprenticeship. The daunting task of preparing for the career that is in front of them. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to tell the grads that as they return the caps and gowns they will be wearing during their special day, and they take the tassels and diplomas home, remember this. The diploma you receive today is your insurance policy paid in full by your hard work over the past 13 years. The value of this policy will depend on how much effort you put into your education and what you do with it as you go out in the world. All the best to them in their special day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Nahende. Member statements. Member statements. Returns to oral questions, Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize, Haley Kudlook and Zandria Blake Andre Bernhardt. They are 2 pages from the riding of Inuvik Twin Lakes, and they'll be with us all week. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Mumfwee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to recognize 2 of the page from Mupi writing from community of N.W.T, grade 10 students, Nate Simpson and Alexis Cachilia Judas, and along with their chaperones, Melvin Tom from N.W.T. So I would like to say welcome and to recognize them. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Mumfwee. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Member for Yellowknife South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, very happy to welcome Mr. Willem Jacobs here in the gallery, resident of Yellowknife South, and also acting as a page this week. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife South. Recognition of visitors in the gallery. Acknowledgements. Oral questions. Member for Hay-River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, climate change is real and flooding is real. This government has the capacity, resources, and financing to address disasters and should not offload it on the communities. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I ask the Minister of MACA, what is the department's staff complement and qualifications of those who provide flood modeling data for flood scenarios in the N.W.T? I know that the communities do not have that capacity and expertise, and we cannot expect them to carry those costs for that capacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay-River South. Minister responsible for municipal and community affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'll actually get the Minister of ENR to answer that question because it will be more of an ENR question. The Department of Environment and Natural Resources has 3 dedicated hydrologists. During spring breakup, these 3 hydrologists access conditions and relay information onto municipal and community affairs, communities and residents regarding water levels and ice conditions and forecast weather. If required, they can reach out to other agencies and scientists such as Environment and Climate Change Canada and Natural Resources Canada to assess conditions such as weather forecasts and satellite imagery. They also participate in the EMO meetings as scheduled and as needed. So that's the ENR's part of the EMO process. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay-River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that. It was a mouthful, and the flood still caught us off guard. Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell me what work, if any, is the department doing to assess those factors in the Hay River watershed that may lead to flooding? What, if any, flood modeling reports has the department generated for the communities of Hay River and Acknowledgements, and are they shared with the communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay-River South. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. ENR hydrologists compile an annual spring water outlook report that assesses snow conditions and current water levels. These reports this year was released to the public on April 25th, 2022. Daily water monitoring bulletins are generated during spring breakup and are shared with municipal and community affairs and communities. As mentioned earlier, ENR hydrologists participated in the town of Hay River and N.W.T's EMO calls as needed, and when they required them to be there, they were there. The bulletins are made available by the department on its website as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay-River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that, and I'm glad to hear that the hydrologists participated in the EMO exercises. Unfortunately, I wasn't invited to any of those, so I wasn't privy to it. Considering the drainage area of the Hay River Basin is mostly in Alberta and BC, and with a drainage area of approximately 47,900 square kilometers, can the Minister confirm if the Department has any standing on the Alberta Watershed Planning and Advisory Council, or at least consult with the Advisory Council or other organization with similar interests? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I hear the concerns by my member from Hay River South. I can tell you that as the member that was in the Henday, I wasn't invited to those meetings as well. It's local EMO and the team that are doing the work. So I understand your frustrations about it, but that's the process and that's how the work is done. ENR hydrologists have close working relationships with their counterparts in Alberta, Saskatchewan, British Columbia, and Yukon. They receive information about snow accumulation each spring and other information of water levels as needed. This year, ENR hydrologists participated in calls with the Alberta River Ice Forecasting Centre. So we have a close working relationship with our counterparts in other provincial jurisdictions and the Yukon Territory. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we talk about lessons learned, and the lesson is that we have communities in flood zones. We have residents in flood zones. We have businesses in flood zones. That will not change. So when will the Minister start discussions with communities and federal government on what can be done to mitigate damage? Or do we need to be taught further lessons and incur more costs before we take some action on mitigation? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for ENR.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can honestly tell you this year our government provided more information to residents, communities on proactive steps to prevent flood damage. That started with the Department of Municipal and Community Affairs, ENR as well, part giving that information out there. ENR is currently working with Natural Resource Canada to update flood mapping for the N.W.T that were created back in 1980s. ENR is cost sharing this work under the Federal Flood Hazarding Identification and Mapping Program. Updated maps are the first step in understanding the existence of areas impacted, and are important tools for consideration of future planning and mitigation efforts. I can tell that the member in this House and the public that ENR staff were there as soon as they were allowed to be in safely to get in there, and they started doing that mapping, identifying where the high water mark is. So this is all started part of the process as we move forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions are related to my member's statement regarding the school for the Hamlet of Enterprise. Mr. Speaker, the Hamlet of Enterprise has gone to great lengths over the years to meet with various officials from ECE regarding a school for enterprise, but have constantly been told there is no funding available. Can the Minister commit to working with the Hamlet to ensure they will receive assistance from ECE in order to have a school in place for the fall school year? Merci.
Thank you, member for Decho. Minister responsible for education, culture, and employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, we can't have I can't commit to having a school in place by September. Schools need to be constructed or spaces need to be renovated. There would need to be amendments to likely the Education Act. There's too much work to be done to have a school in place by September. That being said, I have met with representatives from Enterprise, and I'm happy to continue to meet with them and have discussions, as well as with the Hay River DEA, who are also involved in those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Decho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. I asked the Minister to commit to meeting with the Hamlet of Enterprise's Mayor and Council, along with the Enterprise Education Working Group, as soon as possible to discuss this all too important issue. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Decho. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd be happy to meet with them. I know they have been busy lately. They've been providing evacuation services for a lot of the residents in Hay River. But if they're ready to meet, or whenever they're ready to meet, I'm happy to meet with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. And I believe the hamlet would like to meet by themselves as a hamlet and not have any involvement with Hay River at this point. Mr. Speaker, this government has the opportunity to do the right thing by working collaboratively with the residents of Enterprise to find solutions to their request for a school, whether it be a new build or an existing infrastructure. Can the minister commit to putting this request at the top of their business plans and quite possibly have a school in place for the coming school year? Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Minister responsible for EC&E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I said earlier, we're not going to have a school in place for this upcoming school year. I can say that there are some roadblocks with the Education Act, with the way the districts are drawn, and so I know the member stated that Hamlet doesn't want to work or to have Hay River involved, but I think the Hay River DEA does need to be involved at this point. That's probably the easiest way to get things done. I've had meetings with representatives from Enterprise and the DEA, and there was discussions about perhaps starting small, having a teacher in the community, travel into the community, something, just some sort of education presence in that community, and then going from there. So I don't think that just given the fiscal situation, the fact that we have to fight tooth and nail for any piece of infrastructure, that we're going to be getting a school in Enterprise this upcoming school year. But that doesn't mean we can't take those steps to have education provided in the community and move towards something like that in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Detroit.
Merci, Mr. Speaker, and merci to the Minister for all his responses today. He can't commit to having a school by the fall. He's happy to meet with them, but we've got to include the Hay River, the DEA. I'm not sure how that process works, but I'm just wondering, I want to know if the Minister is committed to having a school in Enterprise. Merci.
Thank you, Member for Detroit. Minister responsible for Education, Culture and Employment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this Assembly, it's getting near the end. This is probably our last kick at the can to get things done. And so if there's going to be a school in Enterprise, it would be a future minister. But I've had conversations with representatives from Enterprise. I hear their passion. I hear their desire to have their children stay home, be educated in the community. And I want to continue to work with them to see that come to fruition. Part of the issues are with the Education Act, the way that education bodies are created and the way schools are created and the authorities of the local district education council, the authorities of the local DEA. So I don't need anyone from Hay River to be at the meeting with the community or the Hamlet of Enterprise, but I just think that in this situation, that might be the path of least resistance to get things off the ground. But I'm happy to hear out the Hamlet and go from there. Thank you.
Minister, oral questions. Member for N.W.T. Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My questions, as I mentioned in my member statement, are for the minister responsible for homelessness. This past fall, or actually last spring, was raised in the House when there was struggles with the board to keep the emergency shelter warm. With my continuous talks with the minister, what I would like to know now, since the Housing Corporation has taken over operations of the two shelters in Inuvik, can the minister advise what is the plan on the future running of these two homeless shelters in Inuvik? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for N.W.T. Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member for her question. I did respond to her in our earlier this year. I traveled to Inuvik with my staff to address the housing issue in the Inuvik region, and also during COVID as well too. The Housing Corporation did speak with the Indigenous groups. They are in support of an expression of interest for the homeless shelters in Inuvik. Right now, the advertisement for request for proposal was advertised May 6th, and the closing date is May 31st, 2022. And our intention is to work with the person who, or the company who is going to be submitting for the RFP. We did have conversations as well with local memberships that were interested, but I'm not too sure, I can't confirm right now, if they have put forward any submissions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The cost of running this shelter over the winter has, I think, if the last numbers that I received from the minister have almost quadrupled from what their funding is normally is. So I'm just wondering if the RFP is put out now and the Indigenous groups are going to run it and they come back with an amount that doesn't meet what the budget used to be, because this was the issue that I raised with the minister even when we met with in my community. What are we going to continue to, is Housing Corporation going to continue to run these shelters? Because, you know, I hope that this discussion is going to keep going, because I don't want these people, I mean, they're already homeless, and we don't want them to not have a space to go and sleep safely. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Housing N.W.T was just there to support the boards at that time. They did have some issues. They did have some board issues, staffing issues, management as well. Housing was there to support them and trying to find successful solutions. The Indigenous governments in the members' riding is only supported the expression of interest. They did not say that they would be taking over the homeless shelter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that brings me back to my initial thought and question is, what is going to happen to the homeless shelters in Inuvik if nobody bids on these RFPs? Like, I'm looking at the RFP. I've received an email from past board members about the RFP and how strict and how many things that they're asking for. We know that there's going to be ongoing issues. So what is Housing Corporation going to do now that they've assumed operations? They have assumed. These boards are no longer there. They're dissolved. They've closed up their books. So what is Housing Corporation going to do? Or are our homeless going to be on the streets come fall time? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Mr. Speaker, right now I am confident on the RFP going out. The closing date is the 31st. I can't comment whether we've had success or no success with that approach. The operation of the homeless shelter right now is supported by Housing N.W.T. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Supplementary. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I guess my final supplementary question to this minister is where's our homeless strategy? It was promised in the 18th Assembly. The minister has said on repeated occasions when asked by members of this side of the House, when are we going to see it? It'll be it'll be ready the next session. We haven't seen it. Where is this homeless strategy, and when can we expect to see this strategy? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Minister responsible for homelessness.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've taken the strategy back to my department. It's a very complex issue to be worked with within a territory. But not only that, the strategy doesn't come with any money. How are we going to support and operate the strategy coming forward? And speaking with my colleagues in other departments, that I'm looking at hopefully being able to table this document in the fall. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Mr. Speaker, this is for the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, elders in my constituents have told me of an existing route that is more suitable than the route chosen for the winter road. Will the minister commit to reviewing all land alternate route and incorporate traditional knowledge for the N.W.T winter road that could lead to an all-season road. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, right now the N.W.T efforts is focused on the approved mandate, which advances the Mackenzie Valley Highway, the Slave Geological Province Corridor, and I'm always willing to listen, but we don't have this on the budget to be able to build that road. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Will the minister at least do this? Will the minister commit to working with the community of N.W.T and Klitschko government to develop a working group to begin the process of all-weather road? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Infrastructure is working with the Klitschko government to advance some of these projects. Last week there was a meeting that we had, and it's looking at the N.W.T transmission line, the access road, some of the roads along in the Klitschko region. So yes, we are working with the community and the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, oral questions. Member for Mumfui.
Does the government of the Northwest Territories have a plan for dealing with rising prices in the N.W.T? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Mumfui, Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's a really good question. I assume we do. I mean, we look at when we're putting in proposals to have some room for inflationary price costs. So it depends on which project, actually. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, does the Minister of Finance believe that Fort Smith deserves a solution in addressing homelessness? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've had the opportunity also to speak with my colleague, the Minister responsible for housing and for homelessness. Mr. Speaker, this is a mandate item of the Government of the Northwest Territories. I would venture to say that every person in this House considers it a priority and considers it a priority for every resident anywhere in the Northwest Territories. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, can the Minister tell us if she and her department treat people living on reserves, including members of the Salt River First Nation, differently than other people or communities within the N.W.T? If so, can she explain why that is? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Thabacha, Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I've had the opportunity to say on many occasions, the N.W.T's approach, whether it be in policy development, funding decisions, it's meant to be inclusive. We look at the whole of the Northwest Territories, the needs of all communities. Funding is not distributed or not distributed on the basis of one group and where they may or may not be, and that is equally the same for the members of the Salt River First Nation. They have the same access and must have the same access, of course, to services as every other member of the Northwest Territories, and the government does its best to allocate the funds that we have based on that need and based at looking at the whole of the territory to maximize the benefits to all residents of all those services. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, in an April 29th email, the Finance Minister said that officials with Housing N.W.T met with Salt River First Nation in April to discuss housing priorities, including the tiny home pilot project. Can the Minister provide more detail with what her department will be doing next to financially support Salt River in getting this project underway? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, so if anyone's wondering perhaps why, as Minister of Finance, I'm speaking to this, the member and I have had the opportunity to begin these discussions back at the time of the last budgeting cycle and just in discussing where and how funding decisions are made. I've since had an opportunity and continue to have the opportunity to meet with the Minister responsible for Housing, N.W.T. It's her staff directly who had met with the members from the Salt River First Nation, the Chief, the Vice President, I understand, their CEO. I understand that happened April 12th or thereabouts, and they would certainly be continuing to lead the development of this project. At this point, the information I've received is that the Tiny River or the Tiny Homes project is potentially very innovative. It is potentially one that could have a lot of interesting solutions. I had an opportunity to speak with staff from my colleague's department, and they spoke well of it. The simple fact at this point, though, is that right now the community has the existing Community Housing Support Initiative program funding. They're going to pursue the funding that they have for a project that is well developed, costed, and once that's run its course, that they will continue to develop an actual proposal and a more meaningful, detailed proposal on the tiny homes. And I've been assured that staff from N.W.T Housing Corporation do now have individuals there ready to support and to assist the development of that project going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Thabacha.
Mr. Speaker, will the minister commit to assist Salt River First Nation with their application to the National Housing Co-Investment Fund, including a letter of support, assisting them with the project? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Thabacha. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, ultimately it would be, again, Housing N.W.T that would be leading the development of a formal support or a letter. Certainly, we would work together as a government when it comes time to developing budgets and to looking at the availability of initiatives funding. So that work will certainly continue through business planning process. But I've been assured by my colleague that, of course, the Housing N.W.T is quite eager to continue to work with Salt River First Nation as they develop a proposal, and then that proposal can go through the process of being considered for the National Co-Investment Fund program. So again, I'm very confident that the staff from Housing, but certainly from Finance if needed, will be there to work with the Salt River First Nation and to discuss with them what is needed to put a proposal together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. My question's for the Premier as the head of the government. I said I was caught by surprise by the recent announcement of the merger of Environment and Natural Resources with Lands without an opportunity for input from this side of the House or the public. Can the Premier explain this decision and tell us what background information or studies were done for this merger and share that with us and the public? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madame Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So way back when devolution occurred in the last assembly, actually assembly before that, the Department of Lands was created, and the organizational structure of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources was changed. Some functions, in particular related to water, came to ENR, and others went to ENR to Lands. There was a commitment at the time to devolve and then evolve if needed after time has passed. Since then, it became clear that there was I'm missing a step. First of all, there was, in my speech to be Premier, Mr. Speaker, I said that I'd be looking at the Lands Department and seeing if I could combine it with another department. I found in the last government that smaller departments sometimes don't get the attention they needed because of the size of the departments, and it's also a lot of departments for ministers. So there was a benefit to reorganization. But when we did that work, we actually found that the department that I thought might be closer related was the wrong one. So it was clear that there was a closer intersection of some of the work with Lands and ENR. I know that members here have brought up that inspections and contaminated sites, for example, how there's overlaps. Securities and project assessments or others. So several concerns were also brought forward by the public and Indigenous governments and organizations regarding the confusion about roles and responsibilities between the departments. The government renewal initiative to date identified close, significant intersections between ENR and lands. So when we started this government, and the members were provided a copy, I believe, I had asked Minister Thompson to review the lands and macro organizational structure in his mandate letter, and I do believe members were given a copy of the mandate letters. If not, let me know at the public, I can give them to you. And the minister, in his work, decided that he wanted to include ENR as well to meet the commitment that was made at devolution. As well, another MLA raised an oral question in this House in December 2021 asking if we'd started the work, and I responded that it was underway and could be actioned in the life of the government. So we did a jurisdictional scan of functions at lands, MACA and ENR across Canada, and after the review we decided that we actually had a private contractor to do this work, and the contractor developed 4 potential options that were reviewed by the Deputy Ministers, Committee of Cabinet and Cabinet. The design process, when we bring it together, will be a collaborative process involving senior managers from both departments to ensure that we get it right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier for that. That's way more information than was certainly in the news release. But I did ask her if she could share that consultant or the background information. So I look forward to getting the consultant's report on that, and I'd ask that the Premier also make that public. So I look forward to getting that information. It's not clear what or who is driving this merger and how many staff may lose their jobs. Can the Premier tell us who Cabinet consulted in making this decision? Was it the business community, Indigenous governments, or who? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madame Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to start by saying that this merger of departments was definitely not about reducing costs or losing jobs. That is not my goal at all. It was just, like I said, one commitment was the devolution, devolve and evolve. The bigger thing for me was just my experiences in the last session and seeing the difficulties with smaller departments competing against bigger departments. So at this time, we're not looking at, we're not expecting that this will be a cost-saving endeavor. This is about making sure that the program's more effective and more efficient and better for the users in the end. Who do we use? Okay. When devolution occurred, though, I'll bring it back there, the Department of Lands was created and organizational structure of the Department of ENR changed. Some functions, in particular related to water, came to ENR and others went to ENR to lands. And those were some of the confusions we were having. Since now, now it's become clear that there's a close intersection of the work being done, and so we're looking at changing it. Sorry, I was reading the wrong answers. So the decision was made on concerns that have been brought forward by clients and the experience of those working in and within the departments themselves. And again, my own interests and the promise with devolution to devolve and evolve. Merging the departments is consistent in how the functions are organized in the majority of other Canadian jurisdictions. There's many examples to turn to existing within the N.W.T and across the country on how to organize to support gathering information for and maintaining effective stewardship and regulatory functions. Where climate change fits within the new department will be a focus of this work as we go forward. Again, Mr. Speaker, this is not a cost-saving endeavor. This is about efficiency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madame Premier. Oral questions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I want to thank the Premier for that. Maybe I'm out of order here, but I'm trying to get a commitment out of the Minister to sorry, my questions are out of order. I'm just trying to get a commitment out of the Minister to actually share the background report, tell us who was consulted in this decision, and I didn't get answers to those, but I'll try something else now. So I've raised many times the inherent conflict of interest with one department acting as a promoter of resource development and then regulating rights administration and royalties at the same time. We got NGO and community government support that I think would be better situated in the executive. So can the Premier tell us what further government reorganization is being contemplated and whether this side of the House and perhaps even the public might be engaged? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. Madame Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At this time, there are no reorganizations being expected within the term of this government. It was a campaign commitment that was made, and so following through with that, it was in a mandate that was followed through. There was no other identified reorganizations that were necessary. However, never say never. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Final supplementary, member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Not sure where I'm getting with the Premier on this, but I'd hope that she would say that, gee, sorry we missed you guys last time, but we'll talk to you before we do any more reorganization. I'd understood that the so-called Government Renewal Initiative would be much further along by now, and that process would be the place where reorganizations and efficiencies would be driven. But that's not even referenced in the news release. Doesn't even mention the words Government Renewal Initiative. So can the Premier tell us why the decision on the merger appears to have had nothing to do whatsoever with the Government Renewal Initiative? Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Frame Lake. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think that they are kind of related in that Government Renewal Initiative is looking at program evaluations, making sure that we're providing good programs for the money, bang for the buck. But the reamalgamation of departments, reorganization of departments was not based on the Government Renewal Initiative. It was actually, like I said, it was a mandate letter, a Premier's commitment from the beginning of the Assembly before we were even talking about government renewal. But I do want to say as well that the first phase of the government renewal was to develop the inventories that were to be completed in 21-22. The two departments, both ENR and Lands, did complete their government renewal inventories, and that's why when we started to realize there was more similarity in those programs than there was in the other organizational departments. So with the substantial intersection, it made sense that we would start to look at those, combining those departments for our organizational design. I do really want to repeat to the public, to the staff, this is not a cost-saving exercise. This is not about saving money and taking away jobs. This is about providing a more efficient and a more effective department so that the services that you provide will actually be better for the public, which is our ultimate goal. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my questions today are for the Minister of Industry, Tourism and Investment. Mr. Speaker, the department did a procurement review along with a large engagement with N.W.T businesses, and I'm wondering when the N.W.T responses to the procurement review will be shared with the public, and does the N.W.T intend to provide a draft response to Standing Committee for feedback first? Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for Industry, Tourism and Investment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to have an opportunity to speak about this, certainly as we're going into the fall session and getting ready on capital planning. During the public review process, there were some Indigenous governments who chose to not partake in that process, and instead we have been engaging more directly with them in terms of the Modern Treaty Self-Government tables, Council of Leaders tables, in order to ensure that all Indigenous governments here within the Northwest Territories are properly involved in this process. So that process is now complete. There was some requests for some additional time, but we have all of that information and comments back in now, all of the feedback back in now, and so the next stage is indeed to prepare a final and formal response that can be shared with the public. And while I don't have the detailed work plan here in front of me, Mr. Speaker, it would usually be practice that we would be sharing things with the committee in advance, and I expect we'll do the same here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the review suggested incremental changes to N.W.T procurement policy and processes. So I'm wondering, while we don't have a work plan here today with a concrete date, I'm wondering if the Minister can speak to what changes have taken place with procurement in the N.W.T thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, there have been some incremental changes, some interim changes already in place. One of, in particular, I want to highlight the Vendor Performance Management Program. there's a few phases to this. Essentially, when we are going to be changing procurement, if we're not monitoring how vendors are doing and how those contracts are unfolding, it's going to be very difficult to ensure that we're either incentivizing or dealing with any lack or failure to do what was being said in the contracts. So we've rolled this out first phase last June for construction projects over $250,000, Mr. Speaker. We're now looking for monitoring of compliance on those contracts. And currently, coming up on 1 year, we'll be in a position now to analyze whether or not and to what extent contractors are indeed meeting their BIP obligations. That's not all, Mr. Speaker. There's also some work happening in terms of the one-stop shop for procurement information. So again, one of the concerns that was raised in the report, was about the fact that there's just too much different information about procurement and it lives in too many different houses within the government of the Northwest Territories. But we do now have a one-stop shop dashboard that has N.W.T procurement information, contact information, the contract dashboard, etc. So starting to bring those things into a more unified fold. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before the procurement review of the 19th Assembly, the 18th Assembly did a review of the Northern Manufacturing Policy and that strategy. And from within that strategy, there were a number of actions that were suggested to the N.W.T and that were committed to. And within the procurement review that was done in this Assembly, they suggested simply implementing those action items from the Northern Manufacturing Strategy Review. And so I'm wondering, will these actions be implemented in the 2022-23 fiscal year, as our businesses and our business owners have spent the time in order to provide the information on the review and do the engagement? So I can sense a frustration in not having that feedback implemented yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Kamloops. Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had an opportunity to look back at the manufacturing strategy and also looking at that in the context of the procurement panel's review. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that is being recommended in the panel by the procurement panel was, of course, to have a more integrated and consolidated policy to which the Northern Manufacturing Policy would also then be part of. So to the extent that we are right now at a critical point in that process, having done obviously the public review process, now also an Indigenous government engagement and consultation process, and now looking to put forward a final response out in public. That will lead us, I believe, in the course of this government to have a more integrated policy and one that can speak to both manufacturing and the BIP and all other elements of procurement and purchasing. So I am looking forward to seeing some further changes in this regard, but it'll be one that comes, again, as part of the whole of government procurement and not something that stands on its own necessarily. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary. Member for Kamloops.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think it's worthwhile noting that there's definitely a sense of frustration in that a lot of us in this room came into this House with promises of pursuing procurement reform within the N.W.T. And a lot of the changes that whether they've come out of the review from this Assembly or a previous Assembly, have not been implemented yet. So there's definite frustration out there. And I think if we fail to reform procurement for the N.W.T, it's not going to be a success for any of us, because I think that maintaining northern benefit is a common interest of all of us in this room. Mr. Speaker, my last question is, the review called for greater transparency in how N.W.T businesses can get involved in N.W.T procurement and greater reporting mechanisms. So does the N.W.T intend to address procurement process reporting transparency immediately, before we have to wait for more of this review to be put into place? Thank you.
For Kamloops, Minister responsible for ITI.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, contract reporting is already being improved. The dashboard that I mentioned just a couple of responses ago has just gone live this month, so I can appreciate that stakeholders, businesses may not necessarily be familiar with it yet. I'd certainly encourage them to go and look at that as a resource. It's an opportunity to get more information out and to get it out in one place. But, Mr. Speaker, the real core of what I'm hearing in the last question around frustration, I think everyone understands and can probably share some of the frustration. These things do take time, but they take time to do well. I was certainly, taken aback initially at looking at the work plan, seeing just how much time things would take. But also, Mr. Speaker, I felt also quite a sense of relief. I had the opportunity, anticipating that this may well be a session where I get questions on the procurement review, to sit down with the team. And at that team, there are members from ITI, there are members from EIA, there are members from infrastructure, there are members from finance, all across government coming together on this. It's a huge project. There's senior members of the government all sitting at that table and now all working together so that all the disparate bits and pieces of procurement are finding themselves a home and are finding one place in a working group that's working well, and it's working towards the coordinated goal of having changes in place this government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Admittedly, I just must be out of touch, because when I first heard that His Royal Highness was coming here, I just kind of expected that people would not be all that excited and that there was a pretty normal opinion to not support monarchy, and I was quite surprised. I guess I've been living under a bit of a rock when it comes to the royal family, Mr. Speaker. But I guess my first question is, I know that these royal visits usually cost Canada a few $100,000 at least, but my question is, was there any cost to the N.W.T? Did we have to chip in for this visit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The final tally of the royal visit is not yet complete. The last royal tour came at approximately $180,000, and we expect that the cost of this one will be similarly the same. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Haver North. Oh, sorry. Yellowknife North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I guess it's my political opinion that I would rather spend $180,000 on almost anything else. So my question is, I was also somewhat surprised that during this tour, none of our leaders anywhere seemed to suggest that we should stop having power passed down through family lineage, which seemed odd to me. So I guess my question for the Premier is, will we stop hosting the future royal family, and maybe we can save some money there, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start by saying that the royal family has a really special relationship with Indigenous people in the N.W.T, and if we talk about reconciliation and United Nations Declaration, then we have to respect that relationship as well. And part of reconciliation is being able to have the royal family come and listen to the Indigenous governments and to the people, and to hear their concerns as well. So, I have to say that the Royal Highness did come, and he did meet with the Council of Leaders, and there was not one that said that they didn't want him there. In fact, they were all eager to speak to him and share their problems and share what they thought reconciliation was, and some of the experiences that they had. I also believe, Mr. Speaker, that it's really important that we as a Legislative Assembly show respect when the royal family comes, and continue to be welcoming when their visits are requested. On the other hand, besides the relationship with Indigenous governments, it helps promote tourism. We got international news. We had people here flooding here, and more people hopefully will come because of that. And another one that's really key to myself is climate change. Mr. Speaker, we're in a place in this world now that climate change is real. We're being affected more than any other jurisdiction in Canada. We're trying to get that out there. We're also, the issues that are facing the globe, such as Russia and Ukraine right now, and the opening of our seas and stuff, we can't just sit back anymore, Mr. Speaker, and not get international news. So I've spent the last few months, ever since the invasion of Ukraine, trying to get national coverage as much as possible, trying to get international coverage. So I see this as one more step in bringing awareness to global awareness to the issues of the N.W.T and the issues that the Arctic is facing. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I guess, I recognize it's largely a symbolic position, but from where I sit, one of the parts that kind of rub me wrong is the mandatory nature of swearing an oath of allegiance. Perhaps you're an Irish member and there's been some bloodshed on both sides of that. Perhaps you're of Scottish descent and you got a grandpa who's a strong independence movement, Mr. Speaker. There's no shortage of countries that have fought very hard to be free of our sweet Queen's rule. But my question is, does our Premier support amending the rules of this House so that, if there is a member who is a Republican, they do not have to swear allegiance to the Queen and could take their seat in this House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Yellowknife North, Madam Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I should start by saying that as Premier, I don't run the Legislative Assembly. That is the role of the Speaker, so it's not mine to address. But I do want to say as well that as long as we're elected into a system that's part of the constitutional monarchy with the Queen as the head of state for Canada, we appreciate that swearing an oath to bear allegiance to Her Majesty is an oath to work diligently within the democratic system in place. It's no different than the oath that lawyers swear as part of their admittance to the legal profession, of which the MLA is part of that profession. By swearing allegiance to the head of the state, we as parliamentarians commit to faithfully serve our system of government. Until that system of government is changed nationally, I don't think it's necessary to change our oath. That's my personal opinion, but it's really your responsibility, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Premier. Oral questions. Member for Tune-Day-Welde. Before we begin, I'd just like to caution the member, please use respectful language and refrain from making accusations against the minister. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member statement I made earlier today, my constituents and most people in the N.W.T know that our health system is in a crisis. And our leadership appears more interested in doing some damage control in the media than looking inwards to make policy changes to improve patient outcomes. Mr. Speaker, my first question is, healthcare in small communities require policy finesse to take into account the unique circumstances for primary Indigenous population that have needs defined by race, geographically, and culture. Will the Minister of Health and Social Services commit to a full policy review to improve patient outcomes and healthcare protocols in communities, health centers, and for small community medical travel within 120 days and report back to the House? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Tune-Day-Welde, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, since we last met, I had the opportunity to go to 6 different N.W.T communities, and some of them are small communities, and they had a lot to say about health care delivered to them. And while some people are satisfied with it, other people see room for improvement, and I'm certainly interested in hearing those ideas for room for improvement. What we want for the whole population is the best possible health outcomes, whether they live in a small community or they live in Yellowknife, and that's something that we are very focused on as a department. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions, member for Tune-Day-Welde.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't. Is she willing to make a commitment to full policy review and report back to the House in 120 days? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Tune-Day-Welde, Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
I'm pleased to note that the CEO of the Yellowknife Health and Social Services region, within which Fort Resolution is located, has been to the community a couple of times this month and has opened channels of communication with the leadership there to work on the specific issues that people have raised. I also want to say that while people may be afraid or unsure about advocating for themselves in the moment. There is also a complaint process where people, instead of sitting with their issues, can point out what their problems are and ask us for a resolution. Because it's health information, we require a confidentiality form. So if the member has people with specific health issues that they would like the department to investigate, I recommend that he get a consent form from them and send it to my attention for resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Tune-Day-Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Medical travel has been found to be lacking in supporting the needs of Indigenous people in Northwest Territories. The minister and her department have spoken about the need for non-insured health benefits for the First Nations and Inuit, a reform to improve outcomes. I agree with the minister, but as this is an area of federal jurisdiction, will the minister commit to additional resources to the medical travel system to cover off any shortfalls in NHIB benefits until permanent changes are made by law? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tune-Day-Welde. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member is aware, this is a federal program, and the NIHB benefits are federally funded. The government of the Northwest Territories funds medical travel to the same extent for people who are not eligible for non-insured health benefits and not eligible for Métis health benefits. So we spend about $45 million a year on medical travel. The older you are, the more likely you are to get access to medical travel. There's a very specific set of criteria. It's set by the federal government and we administer it. It is time to look at it again, and the Federal Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs has invited me, invited Indigenous leaders from the N.W.T, invited the Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, which is the federal department responsible for this, to provide them with information to do their own review of administration and accessibility of NIHB, and I'm looking forward to their report. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Final supplementary, Member for Tune-Day-Welde.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Licensed practitioner nurse, or LPNS, requires far less training and resourcing to effectively deploy in small communities than registered nurses or nurses practitioners. These positions could effectively enhance home care services and restorative services expectation for resolution in other communities. Will the minister expand licensed practitioner nurse positions in community health centers to ensure home care services are available in our communities? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Tune-Day-Welde. Minister responsible for Health and Social Services.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the member may be aware, we're currently facing a shortage of nurses in the Fort Resolution Health Centre. They've been operating quite often with 2 nurses rather than 3. So the idea of adding more nursing positions is a risk that because we may not be able to fill them. The nursing staff who are there provide home care and well baby checks and of course emergency and chronic disease management. So the nursing level is not up to where we would want it. As I said, it's 2 rather than 3, but I feel confident that they are covering the basic needs of the community, and if there are needs that are not being addressed, I invite the MLA to bring them to my attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Haver South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is for the Minister of MACA. Can the Minister confirm which companies were contracted by this government to provide abatement services to Haver flood victims, and are those companies N.W.T BIP registered? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Haver South. Minister responsible for Municipal and Community Affairs.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Government of the Northwest Territories has 4 contractors to provide abatement services in the town of Hay River and N.W.T First Nations. The contractors are Arctic Canada Constructions, Commercial NDS, Wilf's Restoration, Limited, and Winmar. 3 of the 4 contractors are N.W.T BIP registered companies, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell me if the costs for initial abatement services are they paid directly by the N.W.T, and does the amount come off the $240,000 maximum allotted for damages? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for that question. And we've had this conversation numerous times over the past weekend, I believe it was, when the member went back home to meet with his constituents. The N.W.T is 100% paying for all detailed damage assessments and all initial abatement services. So we are paying 100%, and these will not be part of the maximum of from the 240 that of the disaster assistance. It is all a N.W.T cost moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister tell me when we can expect to see the standardized list of assets and values that will be covered by DAP? People are kind of anxious. They want to get out there and start buying, furniture and whatever else they need for their home. Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said last week, and actually with Trailblazer this morning, that the standardized item list will be posted on the MACA website this week. We're hoping within the next couple of days, along with information about what the list is about and how to use that to make claims for disaster assistance. I need to tell the House and the member and the public is that this list was developed last year during the flood, but we cannot use that same list. We need to, or when I say that, we need to make sure we update it. We've been working with the federal government. We also have to do a cost of living index on it so that this information is available. The standard item list is to provide for basic and essential household contents that were damaged or destroyed by the flood. Pathfinders will be available to answer questions that help people out when they fill out their claim, but also will be getting this information to the 3 MLAs that have been affected by the disaster in the Hay River and N.W.T. So they will have that information, and we'll share that information as well as to the insurance companies moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Oral questions. Member for Hay River South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the minister confirm how will advances and payments be made for damages, and how can it be used? Will it be paid out based on receipts only, or can it be paid out on the assessed amount where receipts are not required, allowing home or business owner the use or to use at their discretion or a combination thereof? Thank you.
Thank you, Member for Hay River South. Minister responsible for MACA.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can tell the House here, after they receive their detailed assessment of damage, residents can request an advance payment if they need money immediately for work that will prevent further damage to their property. The advance payment is based on the value of damages from the detailed damage assessments. The maximum of an advancement for residents is $10,000, but there's ability to provide up to 50% of total values of the damage assessment. The member has asked about receipts and that. Yes, receipts are what we need. However, with the standardized list, there's a process that there. Again, just need to work with our pathfinders to ask those questions to see what the receipts are, the importance of it. I tell people, take lots of pictures, keep all the receipts, and keep track of every hour that they put into fixing their home or their business during this. But once we get the list again, like I said, we'll make sure this is out there, and we will make sure that the members, 3 MLAs, have the ability to get Q&As out to the residents, as well as with our pathfinders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, our time for oral questions has expired. Written questions. Written questions. Returns to written questions. Returns to written questions. Replies to Commissioner's address. Replies to Commissioner's address. Petitions. Petitions. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of committees on the review of bills. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, your Standing Committee on Government Operations is pleased to provide its report on the review of the 2021 Annual Report of the Information and Privacy Commissioner and commends it to the House. Introduction. The Standing Committee on Government Operations has reviewed the 2020-2021 Annual Report of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. The Access to Health Information and Protection of Privacy Act and the Health Information Act require the IPC to prepare an annual report. The report includes information on the number of files the IPC opens to review complaints. It can also include recommendations. The Speaker tables the report in the Legislative Assembly. Once tabled, the committee reviews the report. As part of the review, the Information and Privacy Commissioner, Mr. Andrew Fox, appeared before committee on February 10, 2022. Committee appreciated his detailed testimony on the state of access to information and privacy protection in the territory. Committee hopes the IPC's annual reports will include more statistics on the files he reviews and he investigates. Enhanced reporting will help establish trends on why complaints and breaches arise, which public bodies they come from, and whether they're dealt with in a timely manner. This report presents 4 recommendations to address the surging number of reviews within the government's access and privacy regime. The committee is pleased to submit these recommendations to the Government of the Northwest Territories and looks forward to their implementations. I will now pass it on to the MLA for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Member for Yellowknife North. Member for Cam Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Surging reviews and investigations. The IPC can open a file to review and investigate N.W.T decisions on access to information requests, privacy complaints of improper collection, use, or disclosure of personal or health information, privacy breach complaints, and any matter relating to the application of a TIPA or HIA, whether or not an individual requested a review. The IPC can also open a file to comment on the access and privacy implications of proposed legislation, policies, or programs. Over the last 10 years, the number of files opened by the IPC has grown substantially. The number of files opened increased sixfold from 2011-12, 27 files, to 2020-2021, 162 files. Much of the growth comes from files opened under the Health Information Act, which came into force in 2015-16. The growing number of files is not inherently bad. Recent IPC annual reports identify potential reasons driving the trend. The Health Information Act's coming into force increased the scope of privacy rights and responsibilities. The public's exercise of the right to access government information may be increasing. Similarly, the public may be more aware and protective of their personal privacy. Public bodies may also have become more aware of privacy issues and better at reporting privacy breaches. However, the high number of files is fiscally costly. In the past 10 years, the IPC has had to spend more to keep up with the surging workload. Spending has increased by an order of magnitude from $90,000 in 2011-2012 to $547,000 in 2020-2021. Public bodies also incur costs to comply with ATIPA and HIA. It's unclear how much the N.W.T spends to comply and how that has changed over time. The government's activity reports on administering ATIPA, which the N.W.T has not published since 2016, do not report on costs. reduce complaints and costs with upstream measures. In his appearance before committee, the IPC explained that upstream investments in the access and privacy regime can reduce downstream costs associated with access complaints and privacy breaches. As he put it more succinctly, public bodies must choose between a small expense now or a larger expense later. Upstream measures address the reasons individuals request reviews of access decisions and public bodies breach personal information. Some examples include making more government records available by default, training employees on the proper collection, use, and disclosure of personal information, procuring technology for better records management, and implementing administrative safeguards to protect personal information. In fact, the IPC highlighted the early success of one such upstream measure. Since March 2021, the government has centralized some access to information functions at the new Access and Privacy Office. The IPC credited the APO's trained staff and centralized approach with promising early results. He has observed a slight decrease in the number of review requests, and as of February 2022, 0 deemed refusals on APO files. More upstream measures are needed. The committee is making 4 recommendations to that effect. The recommendations address persistent gaps in the access and privacy regime raised by the IPC that lead to complaints and privacy breaches. They also reinforce accountability for past committee recommendations that the government has not implemented adequately. Mr. Speaker, I will now pass this over to the member for Sabacha. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Cam Lake. Member for Sabacha.
Mr. Speaker, recommendations. Train employees on privacy protection. The IPC's annual report identifies staff who are under-resourced, under-trained in or unaware of privacy policies as a frequent cause of privacy breaches. When he investigates breaches, the IPC frequently recommends comprehensive and regular training. He also recommends the broader publication of relevant policies. However, there is no government-wide policy to ensure all employees receive proper training on the collection, use, and disclosure of personal information. The issue is so important that it was the focus of the IPC's one recommendation in his appearance before committee. He said, "I would urge all public bodies and health information custodians to ensure that new employees are given the appropriate training early on, both in protection of privacy and access to information, and that all employees should be given regular refreshers of that." Committee wholeheartedly endorses the IPC's recommendation. While there are costs involved with training, the costs of not training are greater. Reviews of access decisions, privacy breaches, breach investigations, and ultimately reduce public faith in government. Therefore, the Standing Committee on Government Operations recommends recommendation number 1, that the Government of the Northwest Territories, in consultation with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, and by April 1st, 2023, establish a government-wide policy that ensures all employees receive appropriate training on the collection, use, and disclosure of personal information. The policy should ensure that new employees receive training early on and all employees receive regular refreshers. The committee further recommends that the government emphasize Indigenous recruitment and retention to fill access and privacy positions. I will now pass this over to the member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Sabacha. Member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Update policies on mobile handheld devices. The IPC's annual report drew attention to the role of mobile handheld devices in several privacy breaches. Review Report 20-242 investigated one such breach. An education official recorded a video using a personal mobile device of a teacher and student. The official uploaded the video to a government server that others could access, ostensibly for training purposes. The official did not seek or obtain consent from anyone in the video. The IPC identified a key factor in this breach, the absence of any policy direction for the use of such personal devices in the workplace. Existing policy direction on mobile handheld devices is limited and outdated. The mobile handheld device policy contains only one provision that touches on personal privacy, to prohibit taking pictures of people without permission. The Employee Code of Conduct says even less. Its provisions on the use of government equipment and property are silent on protecting personal privacy. The code was last updated in March 2008. The IPC's annual report recommends clear policy guidance for employees on the proper use of mobile handheld devices. Committee agrees this work is urgent given the ubiquity of these devices and the high risk of breaches of sensitive personal information. Therefore, the Standing Committee on Government Operations recommends recommendation number 2, that the Department of Finance, in consultation with the Information and Privacy Commissioner, and by April 1st, 2023, update policies governing the use of mobile handheld devices by the public service, including 1. The mobile handheld device policy to expand the policy provisions for proper use to address all the ways the user can collect, use, or disclose personal information with a device. 2. The Employee Code of Conduct to introduce provisions to protect personal privacy regarding the use of government equipment and property. And 3. New policy guidance to address the use of personal devices and email to conduct government business. The Department of Finance should supplement these policies with easily accessible guidance documents on how the device should and should not be used. Eliminating faxing. In October 2020, committee recommended that the GNWT develop and implement a plan for ending the use of fax machines in the health and social service sector. The GNWT supported this recommendation and indicated that it was preparing a plan to reduce faxing. However, despite this commitment to reduce faxing, privacy breaches persist. As stated in the IPC's annual report, mistakes related to the use of fax machine continue to generate reports, resulting in the unlawful disclosure of personal health information. He added that a concerning number of the 66 privacy breach notifications related to HIA in 2020-2021 implicated fax machines. The IPC felt the need to reiterate his office's long-standing advice. Health information custodians should stop using fax machines to transmit personal health information. The IPC and committee have already been unambiguous on the need to eliminate faxing. Committee therefore seeks to reinforce accountability surrounding the GNWT's plan to reduce faxing and Recommendation number 3, that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide an update on its plan to reduce the use of faxing across the health and social services system, including 1. Metrics on reduction of the use of faxing achieved so far. 2. The targets and associated timeline for future reductions, and if faxing cannot or will not be eliminated. 3. An explanation on why the use of fax cannot or will not be eliminated and what measures the department has taken to mitigate the risk of data breaches arising from misaddressed documents. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you now redirect it back to member for Yellowknife North. Thank you.
Thank you, member for Inuvik Twin Lakes. Member for Yellowknife North.
Proactive disclosure. In October 2020, the committee recommended a GNWT update on work to standardize access by design principles when designing government records and communications. Access by design advances that government-held records should be available to the public by default, with limited and specific exceptions. There are many benefits to the proactive disclosure and active dissemination of government-held records. Residents would not need to make any special requests for information. Public bodies could have fewer access to information requests to answer. This would save time and costs. Ultimately, residents would be more empowered to hold the government accountable, and the government would be more accessible and transparent. In February 2021, the G.N.W.T. indicated that it supports the access by design principle. The G.N.W.T. also reported that it was planning to ask all public bodies to conduct a comprehensive review of all their records. The review would establish categories of records that can be routinely disclosed and proactively made available to the public. This review appears to be an effort to comply with Section 72 Sub 1 of the recently amended ATIP Act. The changes to the ATIP Act came into effect in July 2021. The status of this review is unclear. The Standing Committee on Government Operations believes expanded proactive disclosure of the government-held records is long overdue and therefore recommends, Recommendation 4, that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide an update on complying with Section 72 Sub 1 of the Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Act, which requires the head of a public body to establish and publish categories of records to be made available to the public without a request for access. The update should include a summary of the progress achieved so far and the timelines for full compliance at each public body. This concludes the Standing Committee on Government Operations report on the review of the 2020-2021 annual report of the Information and Privacy Commissioner. The committee looks forward to the government's response to these recommendations. Recommendation 5. The Standing Committee on Government Operations recommends that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a response to this report within 120 days. I'll sit down and you call me again.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Member for Yellowknife North.
Mr. Speaker, I move, seconded by the member for Thabacha, that Committee Report 30-19 Sub 2 Standing Committee on Government Operations Report on the review of the 2020-21 Annual Report of the Information and Privacy Commissioner be received by the Assembly and referred to the Committee as a whole. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member for Yellowknife North. Motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? The motion is carried. The report of the review of the 2021 annual report of the Information and Privacy Commissioner will be moved into Committee of the Whole. Reports of standing and special committees. Reports of standing and special committees. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Madam Premier.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to table the following two documents. Principles and Interests Guiding the G.N.W.T. at Aboriginal Rights Negotiations with Indigenous Peoples and Aboriginal Rights Agreement Negotiating Mandate Summary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Premier, tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Minister responsible for Finance.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wish to table the following three documents: supplementary estimates, infrastructure expenditures, number 1, 2022-2023, supplementary estimates operations expenditures, number 1, 2022-2023, and resident readiness strategy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Tabling of documents. Tabling of documents. Notices of motion. Notices of motion. Member for Ditcho.
Merci, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Wednesday, June 1st, 2022, I will move the following motion. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Tunaday-Welladay, that this Legislative Assembly calls upon the Government of the Northwest Territories to provide increased access to physicians and medical specialists to offer quality care, diagnosis, and second opinions. And further, the Government of the Northwest Territories prioritize cultural safety, trauma-informed care, and anti-Indigenous racism professional development training within the health and social services workforce, including locum doctors. And furthermore, the Government of the Northwest Territories provide additional training for nurses, healthcare workers, and locum doctors in the small communities on the detection of cancer and chronic illnesses. And furthermore, the Government of the Northwest Territories conduct a quality review of the health centers in the small communities, including an external audit of client treatment records and client satisfaction. And furthermore, that the Government of the Northwest Territories provide a comprehensive response to this motion within 120 days. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Decho. Notice is a motion. Notice is a motion. Member for Kamlik.
Mr. Speaker, I give notice that on Thursday, June 2nd, I will move the following motion. Now therefore I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Inuvik-Boot Lake, that pursuant to Section 91 of the Legislative Assembly and Executive Council Act, the Legislative Assembly recommends to the Commissioner of the Northwest Territories the reappointment of Mr. David Philip Jones as the Northwest Territories Integrity Commissioner effective June 2nd, 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Kamlik. Notice is a motion. Notice is a motion. Motions. Motions. Member for Frame Lake.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. I move where Rule 99.2(3) requires that members be appointed to standing and special committees. Now, therefore, I move, seconded by the Honourable Member for Thabacha, that the following member be removed as an alternate to the Standing Committee on Social Development, Mr. Jackie Jacobson, the member for N.W.T. And further, that the following member be appointed as an alternate to the Standing Committee on Social Development, Mr. Rocky Simpson, the member for Hay River South. And furthermore, that the following member be appointed to the Standing Committees on Social Development and Government Operations, Mr. Richard Ajerikon, the member for Tuna-Day-Welladay. Merci, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Member for Frame Lake. The motion is in order to the motion. Question has been called. Colleagues, question has been called. Pursuant to Rule 10.3(1), a recorded vote is required. When the clerk calls on you, please state whether you are in favor, against, or abstaining from the motion. Mr. Clerk.
The member for Frame Lake. Just so your light's on.
Favor.
One more time, please. Just make sure your light's on.
In favor.
The member for Tuna-Day-Welladay.
Speaker, just so I understand,
whether you're in favor, abstaining, or opposed?
Thank you.
The member for Tuna-Day-Welladay, how do you vote?
In favor.
The member for Tuna-Day-Welladay votes in favor. The member for Yellowknife North.
In favor.
The member for Montfouille.
In favor.
The member for Nahende.
In favor.
The member for Yellowknife South.
Favor.
The member for Satu.
In favor.
Member for Range Lake.
In favor.
The member for Inuvik-Boot Lake.
In favor.
The member for Yellowknife Center.
In favor.
The member for Hay River North.
In favor.
The member for Inuvik Twin Lakes.
In favor.
The member for Decho.
In favor.
The member for Hay River South.
In favor.
The member for Thabacha.
In favor.
Cam Lake.
In favor.
Colleagues, results of the recorded vote, 16 in favor, 0 opposed, 0 abstentions. The motion is carried. Motions. Motions. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. Notice is a motion for the first reading of bills. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 52, Elevators and Lifts Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you.
Excuse me. Thank you, Minister. Excuse me. Pursuant to Rule 8.2, brackets 3, Bill 52, Elevators and Lifts Act is deemed read and for a first time and is now ready for second reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Minister responsible for finance.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to present to the House Bill 53, an act to amend the Liquor Act, to be read for the first time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Pursuant to Rule 8.2, brackets 3, Bill 53, an act to amend the Liquor Act is deemed read for first time and is now ready for second reading. First reading of bills. First reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Second reading of bills. Consideration in Committee of the Whole of Bills and Other Matters, Bill 23, 29, 40, 46, and 47. Committee Report 27-19 brackets 2. Committee Report 29-19 brackets 2 with member for Hay River South in the chair.
I now call Committee of the Whole to order. What is the wish of committee? Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Committee wishes to consider Bill 46, Bill 47, and Committee Report 27-19 brackets 2. Merci.
Thank you, committee. We will take a short recess and resume with the first item. Okay, I'll call the committee back to order. Committee, we have agreed to consider Bill 46, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act. I will ask the Minister of Infrastructure to introduce the bill. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to present Bill 46, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act. Bill 46 was introduced in the Legislative Assembly on February 2022. I met with Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment to answer questions regarding the amendments on May 25, 2022. The Motor Vehicles Act sets out a framework for the regulation of motor vehicles and operators in the Northwest Territories. This includes several key elements of public safety. The Department of Infrastructure has found gaps and inconsistencies in the treatment of impaired drivers and medical examinations for license holders. The proposed amendments to fix these gaps are minor, but if not made, they will cause ongoing confusion for users of the Act, including enforcement authorities. The 10 proposed amendments either put existing practices into writing or close narrow gaps in the Act. This includes clarifying that impaired driving penalties apply to drivers who are exactly at the alcohol limit, and removing a requirement for some senior drivers to complete redundant medical exams. It is important to note that most N.W.T. residents will not notice any changes in how the Act impacts them and their driving rights. Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment has indicated their support for the passage of Bill 46, and I thank them for their work in the review of the bill. I look forward to members' comments on the proposed amendments and answer any questions members may have. Kuya.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Mr. Chair.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. With me today from the Department of Infrastructure is Delia Chesworth, who's the Assistant Deputy Minister for Programs and Services, Andy Terposki, who's our Director of Compliance and Licensing, and Jeffrey Nichol, Senior Legislative Advisor.
I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 46. Mr. Bonnerouche.
Merci, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Bill 46, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 9, 2022, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Economic Development and Environment for review. On May 10, 2022, Standing Committee held a public hearing and completed its clause-by-clause review with the Minister of Infrastructure on May 25, 2022. The committee received no submissions on this bill. I thank the committee for reviewing this legislation. Individual members may have additional comments. Merci, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bonnerouche. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 46. Is the committee agreed that there are no further general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of Bill 46, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act? Committee will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clauses 1 to 5. Does the committee agree? Clauses 6 to 10. Does the committee agree? Clauses 11 to 15. Does the committee agree? Clauses 16 to 20. Does the committee agree? Clauses 21, 22. Does the committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does the committee agree that Bill 46, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 46, an act to amend the Motor Vehicles Act? Thank you, Minister, and thanks to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we have agreed to consider Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, number 2. I will ask the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment to introduce the bill. Minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here today to present Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, number 2. Bill 47 adds the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation on September 30th to the list of statutory holidays listed in Part 3 of the Northwest Territories Employment Standards Act, and includes consequential amendments to the Interpretation Act and the current Public Services Holiday Order to ensure alignment across legislation in the N.W.T. and extend the holiday for members of the territorial public service going forward. I am pleased to bring forward these amendments to support the continued public commemoration of the history and legacy of residential schools and our government's role in the reconciliation process. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Minister, would you like to bring witnesses into the chamber?
Yes, I would.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses into the chamber. Minister, please introduce your witnesses.
Thank you. To my right, I have Andrea Giesbrick, Director, Labor Development and Standards. It's her second appearance in front of committee. And on my left, Stephen Flanagan, Legislative Division with the Department of Justice, and it is his first time appearing in Committee of the Whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I will now turn to the Chair of the Standing Committee on Social Development, the committee that reviewed the bill, for any opening comments on Bill 47. Ms. Cleveland?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act number 2, received second reading in the Legislative Assembly on March 28, 2021, and was referred to the Standing Committee on Social Development for review. On May 10, 2022, the Standing Committee held a public hearing with the Minister of Education, Culture and Employment and completed its clause-by-clause review of the bill. The committee received no submissions on the bill, and I'd like to thank committee for their efforts in reviewing this legislation. Individual members may have additional comments or questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Cleveland. I will now open the floor to general comments on Bill 47. Is it Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'm glad to see that We are making it consistent in terms of who will get to celebrate this holiday, not just members of the public service, but people that work in the private sector as well. But I know that there were some concerns or issues raised when this was being discussed around what sort of supports or activities and so on were our government helping put together to facilitate reconciliation and particularly for this day. So if I could ask the Minister what efforts our government is doing to ensure that the day is meaningful for our residents in the Northwest Territories as a learning experience as well. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Minister?
Thank you. So, Education, Culture, and Employment oversees this act, and as such, we undertook engagement on whether or not this day should be a statutory holiday in the Northwest Territories. The Department of the Executive and Indigenous Affairs is going to be leading phase 2 of the engagement, and they are preparing an engagement plan. They will be engaging with Indigenous governments, residential school survivors, and so on to determine how to properly commemorate the date. Thank you.
Thank you. Minister? Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. No, I appreciate the response from the Minister. No further questions. Thank you.
Is the committee agreed that there are no further general comments? Can we proceed to a clause-by-clause review of Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, number 2? Committee, we will defer the bill number and title until after consideration of the clauses. Please turn to page 1 of the bill. Clause 1. Does the committee agree? Clause 2. Does the committee agree? Clause 3. Does the committee agree? Clause 4. Does the committee agree? Committee, to the bill as a whole, does the committee agree that Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, number 2, is now ready for third reading? Thank you, committee. Does the committee agree that this concludes our consideration of Bill 47, an act to amend the Employment Standards Act, number 2? Thank you, Minister, and thanks to your witnesses. Sergeant at Arms, please escort the witnesses from the chamber. Committee, we have agreed to consider Committee Report 27-19, Bracket 2, Special Committee on Reconciliation Indigenous Affairs Interim Report. What we heard about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and negotiating agreements. I will go to the Chair of the Special Committee on Reconciliation Indigenous Affairs for any opening comments. Ms. Semler?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, the Special Committee's interim report was read into the record during the last sitting on Wednesday, March 30th, 2022 by the Deputy Chair. This Assembly has tasked the Special Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs to seek and encourage discussion and recommendations on opportunities and challenges in meeting 2 specific Assembly priorities: advance resolution of Aboriginal rights negotiations and implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. For the past year, this Special Committee heard from academic and law experts on the United Nations Declaration and from Indigenous governments and the organizations on negotiating agreements in the Northwest Territories. The Special Committee heard about diverging views on ways to implement the Declaration and how to action the Declaration in policy. We decided that an informative interim report would be best to encourage discussion. The special committee has not yet heard from all Indigenous governments in the Northwest Territories, but felt that sharing what we heard so far contributes positively to the discussions and finding resolutions. Mr. Chair, we heard from Indigenous governments that there are 3 serious challenges in negotiation agreements in the Northwest Territories: the slow pace of negotiations, negotiation mandates, and competing interests. The slow pace of negotiations is one challenge mentioned by all. We heard that an increasing complexity of agreements, increasing size of negotiation teams, frequent leadership changes, and the desire for comprehensiveness and legal certainty slow down the negotiations. We heard that Indigenous nations find themselves stuck in a negotiation structure inherited from the past, with little room to move forward or break out of. All Northwest Territories witnesses agreed that government needs to get away from fixed and predetermined principles at the negotiation table, be more flexible, and not change the core principles and objectives unilaterally. Consistently, we heard that not the federal government, but the Northwest Territories government is holding back progress in negotiations. We heard that competing interest and overlap in land use combined with the absence of land agreements create an unattainable and undesirable situation. More importantly, Mr. Chair, we heard finding a way forward is at the heart of everyone's agenda. Despite at times the critical language describing the past and the current experience of negotiations in the Northwest Territories, we were inspired by all the positive and forward-looking tone used by the Indigenous nations. Mr. Chair, I want to thank the Indigenous nations and all the witnesses who have come forward and shared with us their views and experiences, because we value the conversation and appreciate the opportunity to learn from you. Mr. Chair, this committee recognizes that this interim report may be important to this and the next government. The way we establish and maintain relationships will reflect our awareness of the past and then determine the level of mutual respectfulness we will achieve. Mr. Chair, this is a unique committee. 3 members are regular MLAs, 2 members represent Cabinet, and the Honourable Premier Cochrane is a non-voting member. As a special committee, we focused on working together. We will continue working together and finding solutions, and the final report will contain recommendations. Individual members may have comments on the report, and I would like to thank the special committee for their collaboration and sharing spirit that enabled the work on this report. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Semler. I will now open the floor to general comments on Committee Report 27-19, bracket 2. Special Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs Interim Report. What we heard about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and Negotiating Agreements. Mr. Bonnet-Rouge.
Merci, Mr. Chair. I would like to first thank the committee for presenting an interim report on its findings on the United Nations Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, UNDRIP, and negotiating agreements. 2 of the priorities of the 19th Legislative Assembly are settle and implement treaty land resources and self-government agreements, and implement the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. The UNDRIP discussion and recommendations make up the bulk of this report, which includes scholars, experts, and Indigenous governments. There were insights that the declaration is not legally binding, that it was only an aspirational document, but ignores its intent to guide action. There were many interesting insights, and especially for First Nations without agreements, in that they wish to develop their own mechanisms and processes to move their negotiations ahead. Others who have settled UNDRIP may not align. This may not align with their existing agreements. I'm getting the sense from this report that UNDRIP requires more consultations and legal review by First Nations organizations in the Northwest Territories. On the subject of the other priority, to settle and implement treaty land resources and self-government agreements, I seldom hear that it is the other party that is stalling negotiations, and this goes both ways. Obviously, I'm not a party to information regarding negotiations, whether any movement being made, whether the N.W.T is actively engaging the federal government and First Nations organizations in ongoing talks to spur movement in negotiations. I need to express that I am not negotiating for any group. That is not my role. My role is to ensure the N.W.T is accountable in their commitment to want to work with First Nations, especially when it is identified as a priority of this Assembly. I applaud the committee on their work to advance these two priorities. Merci.
Thank you, Mr. Bonnerouche. Any further comment? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd like to begin by I'd like to thank the Premier today who tabled the N.W.T's territorial principles and interests, and I'm going to speak to that a bit in conjunction with this report. I think that's a great step, and I think this report is a great step in bringing some transparency to this issue. I have spent lots of time, both in this committee and otherwise, trying to figure out and get to the heart of why we are not settling. I'm going to speak specifically and start with land claims in the N.W.T, most specifically the Akecho, Decho, and Métis land claims, which still remain unsettled. And I think we in this House need to have this conversation much more often, and I don't think it's just on us. I think also Indigenous governments need to be having this conversation much more often. I think it needs to be clear when positions are being taken and why they are being taken. And today's territorial principles and interests are a step in that direction. I also think we have to acknowledge a bit of the reality we find ourselves in. We're approaching 20 years since the Clecho Agreement, which, to be honest, has not really even been fully implemented. So we have 2 decades of no progress in this area. And I think, given what we have heard, I don't see us making any progress absent some serious and transformative change. Some of those factors are not necessarily the N.W.T's fault, but the N.W.T is responsible for upholding them. One is the increasing complexity of land claims. We have moved a long way from the numbered treaties, which were, a few page documents that you could get signed in a day. And every single modern treaty these days is thousands of pages and thousands of hours of lawyers working diligently at it. And it's becoming a reality that you just can't get one of those agreements done in an election term, whether you are a premier or a chief or the prime minister. Additionally, we've learned lessons from previous land claims where things have not been implemented and there's been debates about what they actually meant to say. And that increasing desire by N.W.T means that we are really getting into the weeds in modern treaty negotiations. And I think when you combine those factors, it takes about a decade at least to get one of these. And we've seen, with the Decho, which had an agreement in principle, it's on draft, I forget, in the 40s now. And we are a long way from that agreement in principle actually informing a final agreement, as different direction is taken each time by various political actors or negotiators. And so when you put all those factors together, we find ourselves in a position where we just are never going to settle another land claim in the N.W.T without some serious action taken. And, this committee report doesn't speak to recommendations, but I think transparency is clearly one of them. There's a lot of good work by organizations such as Treaty Talks, making sure that members of their Indigenous nations and citizens of the N.W.T are aware of what's going on. And I think there's a lot of education to make sure that people make these election issues. I want to point out a couple of the N.W.T's territorial principles and interests today and just color them a little. And I think the question we have to ask ourselves is whether these are hills we're willing to die on politically. One of the interests of the N.W.T is that the open and public nature of communities in the Northwest Territories should be preserved. I think that's an understandable interest for a public government to have, but this is unique to the N.W.T. in that any reserve down south negotiating a land claim inherently doesn't have an open community. We all recognize and understand that I can't move on to the Salt River First Nation Reserve tomorrow. They have exclusive control of who resides in that community. And I am unaware right now to the extent that this is, one of those issues that can't be solved at the negotiating table, but I'll tell you, it's one of those issues that if a specific community wanted to have a similar kind of closed nature for its citizens, that's not a hill I'm willing to die on. Additionally, it is, as tabled today, a G&W.T. Principle and objective that a single integrated coordinated system of resource management should apply throughout the Mackenzie Valley. This is essentially, saying that we want the MVRMA to be the tool. We want Indigenous governments in signing new agreements to sign on to the MVRMA. And this is another one of those areas. I think it's understandable that this is somewhat of a G&W.T. interest, that we continue with the co-management system and we continue with, interests of public bodies. But at the end of the day, if this is one of the reasons, and I don't know, that we are not settling a land claim is that we have an Indigenous nation who does not view co-management as the solution to managing land and resources. I just simply do not think it's a hill that we should be willing to die on. And I think we really have to be having these political conversations because absent, very large compromises being made, I think, by the G&W.T., and probably allowing a little bit more flexibility and, allowing some uncertainty, we're not going to settle land claims. I do want to point out that there are some great steps that have been taken. The Premier has directed that, we don't have this unilateral approach to core principles and interests. That's a great step. The G&W.T. has made it explicit. They are not asking for cede and surrender clauses anymore in land claims. That is long overdue. I think there are some big questions outside of this core principles and interests we need to ask ourselves. Are we willing to open up existing agreements? Some of the Indigenous governments who have existing settled agreements have a desire to have them reopened, to have those cede and surrender clauses removed perhaps, and to work on areas where that is disagreement. I think we have to start exercising perhaps some of those amendment clauses in existing and settled agreements. I guess I will leave it out there. I want to thank the committee for their work. I want to thank all of the Indigenous governments and negotiators who presented. Many of them have been at those tables for decades, Mr. Chair, and I hope that we can start having that conversation and make some compromises about, how much land we actually want, how much money we're willing to give, where we're willing to kind of, not take such a positional negotiating stance. And hopefully, have the next 20 years look a lot better than the last 20 have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Premier?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank the Indigenous governments for their input into this work that the special committee has been doing. I believe, in my own opinion, that the report is very fair and balanced report, so I thank the committee. Good work, committee. The work of the committee actually, I think, validated a lot of the concerns that I was hearing previously to the committee as well. I do also want to recognize the MLA for Boot Lake. Yes, Lisa? Twin Lakes. Twin Lakes, actually, not the MLA for Twin Lakes. I'd like to thank her husband, who first brought the idea of the core principle and objectives as an issue to my attention. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to do that because he's not here, but but if so, I apologize, and I'll thank the MLA. And that was the start of it. And then I heard from other Indigenous governments that I had met with that the core principles and objectives were an issue as well. The work of the committee reinforced that, so it was an easy win. If that's a major, and that was one of the major stumbling blocks. If that's a major stumbling block, I think that taking it out, all of Cabinet discussed that. The land claims to self-government are actually an all of Cabinet, not just my own. So we discussed it all and we all agreed that it was something that we could take out, so we did that. The other major thing that I'd heard in negotiations is the confusion around negotiators not having mandates, and yet we have mandates. I remember getting asked in the House here, what is the mandate of self-governments, and I said I'd have to review it again, and the reality is that it's a big package. In fact, this is a summary of the mandates that I tabled today, but it's even more comprehensive. It goes into every single area of services. So hopefully by making, one of the committees was about transparency, one of the recommendations, hopefully by making the negotiating mandates public, will also assist in negotiations. Now I know that there's going to be some feedback from there and some contention, because that's how nothing gets without. So I am hopeful that all MLAs have that. I don't know if it would come through a committee or if it would come through a special committee, I'm not sure. But I really would appreciate feedback from the members. If you could send it to me in writing, I'd appreciate that. We're also in the process of, we've also released this stuff to the Indigenous governments, so hopefully they will provide feedback, and then we'll be looking at it again. As for the slow pace of negotiations, I do think that a couple of things, like I said, the CPOs was a real stumbling block for at least one Indigenous government, so hopefully it'll get faster. But I've always said you can't push these things. We want them to get done, but the Indigenous governments have different priorities, and so it's respectful. We have to respect and do it on their time, in fairness. I know that another thing within the agreements that people talked about was the legal certainty. I think that that's important. That's not one I'm willing to look at too closely right at this point, because we had agreements that were very legalese in that you couldn't understand what they were saying. So I'm all about clarity. I want to make sure that these agreements are clear, that there's not the contention that comes after and says, well, this is what I understood. I want to make sure people are understanding on all sides, three sides. As for the comment that was made about, is it hills to die on? There's two kinds of Indigenous governments. There's exclusive Indigenous governments, which only provide services to their members, no one else. There's Clicho people, I think, I believe, part of that. And then there's other that are looking for inclusive, and that would mean that all the services would be provided to any person, whether they're their members or non-members of the Indigenous government. So we have flexibility around that, but we also have to make sure that we abide by the Canadian Constitution, things like freedom of mobility, for access to services. I would hate to see somebody that's not non-Indigenous in a community that is Indigenous and not be allowed to get health care or income support or education for their children, those kind of benefits. So we do have some things we do have to be a little bit more firm on, just to make sure that everyone has the same. But we're open to working with the Indigenous governments. Again, I really thank the Indigenous governments for their input, and I thank committee. I know sometimes I could be a thorn. Imagine if I was on the other side. But but the reality is by listening and being open to things and challenging ourselves is how we provide the best services to people. So I'm looking forward to the next year and a half and what we can get done. But I'm grateful for the work. I also want to stay before we go there. There are things, like I know that it's easy to say at first, like I did that too with each mandate part, and say, well, maybe it's not a hill to die on. For example, the MVRMA or the Mackenzie Valley Land and Resource Act. That may not seem important, but we have the southeast corner where Indigenous governments from other communities are wanting to come into our territory, land claims, and they want to do their own. So it's by having our Mackenzie Valley Land and Resource Act that protects the Indigenous governments here to be able to have a say on the land and water. So with each one, there's a reason for it. I'm more than willing to provide, I think I offered that to Standing Committee, if they would like a further technical briefing, I would be more than willing to provide that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Premier. Ms. Knuckleby?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having not sat on this committee, and also this is probably the area that we deal with that I feel the least comfortable to comment on, I'm not going to get down into the details of this document, but I do appreciate that those that are more knowledgeable than myself sit on that committee and are doing this really, really important work. When I sat on either side of the House, it's one of the most important things I've heard from anybody who's Indigenous is implementing this. So I guess what I just want to comment on is around, before I ever ran, I often heard about the detriment of the unsettled land claims to do with our exploration sector and our inability to really sort of prosper and get at some of our mineral resources. However, one thing that's really been highlighted to me in the last couple months is around the recent flooding and our climate change adaptation, and how the land claims not being settled is actually prohibiting us from adapting properly to the flooding that is occurring. For example, in Jean Marie River, you can't move houses out of the floodplain, which is the band's land, into the and I'm probably not going to say this all totally right, but onto the N.W.T land surrounding the area, because it's not in a settled land claim, and therefore it would have to be done under a transfer or swap of land versus being able to move homes out of the risk and up into the area where it's safe, which is eventually going to be their land anyway, but has to go through this whole process to begin with. So I guess why I raise this is that all I ever hear about this work or the land claims work is how slow it is, which has been acknowledged by everybody here. However, I think the crucialness is not only now around our economy, it's now also around our climate and our ability to keep our people safe during these changes. A lot of these places need to be moved, and they need to be moved up out of floodplains. In British Columbia, you wouldn't be allowed to build in those floodplains anymore. You can't build in the riparian zone of a river or a stream or even a creek sometimes. So for us to be leaving our people in those situations solely because we can't figure out some way through all of this, I think is a neglect and a detriment. And so I guess just want to say I really support empowering the Indigenous governments and organizations to do work for themselves. When I was a minister, that was one thing I always said when I went in to discuss infrastructure plans was, what do you want for your community? And it often felt to me that the N.W.T was a hindrance in moving forward. So the more we can empower Indigenous people, I think the better that our communities will be, and the more our people will prosper. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Knuckleby. Ms. Marcellus?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too want to thank all the Indigenous governments that we heard in the hearings. I didn't always agree with the people that presented. Okay? These were people that were from the South, lawyers and academics that cannot speak for the people of the North. Being a chief for 14 years and at the negotiating table with 2 levels of government during those 14 years has not been always beneficial. And at that time, the territorial government was the main problem within those negotiations. I cannot say that it is like that today, because considering that there has been change in leadership, I think that from what I hear from, at least from Salt River, they're very, it's 20 years now since they signed the agreement. June the 22nd will be 20 years. They have an excellent agreement, but the implementation of that agreement is still not settled. And I speak on behalf of the people of Salt River to ensure that the most crucial item within this agreement is that they have the same rights as any other reserve south of 60. That O&M and those issues got to be settled to ensure that they have the same status as any other reserve across Canada. And Madam Premier, I wish that you expedite that issue and help the people of Salt River on to the federal government that this has got to be done. The other claim with the N.W.T. Métis Nation, I heard some of the concerns at the meeting in Fort Smith, and it is also a priority, of course, because I'm the MLA that represents some of the people, and the majority of the people, actually, because Fort Smith has the majority members on that claim. And looking at the whole issue of being objective and trying to make some progress on this claim would be a big feather in the cap of the Governor of the Northwest Territories. And I urge you to take that really seriously, because if anybody I know that could look forward to this and has that understanding of the Indigenous people, it's you. And so I'd like to, at this time, say that it's extremely important on who you select as the people that actually do the negotiation on behalf of the Governor of the Northwest Territories. Many times you have people who are lawyers and who are non-Indigenous. Sometimes that does not always work. There are people that were former leaders who would go in and probably settle some of these things very quickly for you. And that has to be considered. I don't think that people that have all these titles and all these lawyer things and think that they know it all because they're a lawyer is not okay. There has been other, I don't think the claim would have even been done for Salt River if it was done in that manner at all times. There was some other Indigenous leaders that were involved in that initial claim, and it also has to take will. We're using COVID as an excuse. There's too much division of time from one time to another. Meeting twice a year or 3 times a year is not enough to settle a claim. And so, if the will has got to be there to meet with them more often, get it done, and then everybody celebrates the settling of a claim. And with that, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Martsellis. Ms. Whalen Armstrong?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for the report. I want to mention about the consultation and relationship because it's emphasized in this report. When we say consultation, it goes 2 ways, because you go to the people, you work with them, you listen to them. Then I know that we are going to make progress. But if we don't do any of those things, then we're still going to be we still have 3 outstanding land claims. And when I said that, when you go to them, you work with them, you talk to them, you listen to them, we have to build a trust and a respect for each other, because in Northwest Territories, we are overpopulated with over half is Indigenous, but we all have different views. Our views are not the same. So that's where I think what the government needs to do is that to go out there and work with the people, listen to them. Even when we just mentioned Cleature Agreement is a living document. So when Cleature government pass a law, it is different from N.W.T, and our law prevails. So when people settle land claims settle land claims, it needs to be respected. And the government needs to work with us to implement the agreement. Even my friends from Salt River said it's been 20 years and the agreement is not implemented yet. So what N.W.T needs to do is that to work with us, to work with the people out there, because our views are different. And many of the people that whoever worked on this agreement or on land claims, life is different in the small communities, especially in higher up north, especially in the flying communities. It's totally different view, world view. So that's why what I would like to see is that for this government to work, go to the people, listen to them. And so that's the only way that I know that we can make progress. So it's more of a comment that I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Whalen Armstrong. Mr. O'Reilly?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, too, would like to thank the committee for its work. I was able to sit in on most of the presentations from experts on UNDRIP and its implementation. However, I was not able to hear directly from Indigenous governments on any of their concerns around negotiations or implementation. I was interested and would have benefited, I think, from participating or observing those meetings, but was not allowed. I haven't had a chance to read it cover to cover, but I certainly scanned the report, and I think it's a good summary of the UNDRIP presentations and some of the issues around UNDRIP and its implementation. However, I guess I'd hoped for some more definitive discussion and solutions in terms of delivering on negotiations for Indigenous land rights here, the ongoing negotiations, and improved implementation. And I really want to see more of that happening during the lifetime of this Assembly. And I'm well on record as expressing concerns about the pace of negotiations. In the last Assembly, previous Premier promised to have everything done in 4 years. The only thing that happened was one agreement in principle on self-government for Norman Wells. That was it. In 4 years. I do not want this Assembly to be in the same boat. We've got 3 major sets of negotiations going on. Northwest Territories, Métis Nation, Acacho, and Decho. And we have a window to get those negotiations done in the lifetime of this Assembly. And I really want to impress upon my Cabinet colleagues to get the job done. We don't know what's going to come after us, but I'm a little bit worried. So I'm impressing upon you the need to get those 3 major sets of negotiations done in the lifetime of this Assembly. I know it takes 2 to tango or 3, but we've got to get that work done. You know, and I guess in the discussions I've had with negotiators, I've heard issues around that, you know, the problem used to be the federal government. People now say the problem is N.W.T. And I know there's better intent, and some of the work that was tabled today will help with that. But I'd heard that there's, you know, issues with the negotiators for N.W.T not having new mandates, that they have very little authority at the table, that they have to go back and check everything, and that maybe some of the negotiators need to be changed out and put different jobs or whatever. So that's what I was hearing from negotiators, and that's consistent, I think, with what I read in this report. So again, I want to urge my Cabinet colleagues to get on with this. And if it needs more dollars, more resources to get this done, put this as a high priority in the last year and a bit for this Assembly. And if you need more money, put it on the table, and I'm sure you're going to get support from the regular MLAs for that. I want to turn, Mr. Chair, to the 2 documents that were tabled today by the Premier, the Principles and Interests document, and then the Aboriginal Rights Agreement Negotiating Mandate Summary. And I guess first off, I want to compliment our Cabinet colleagues and the staff for the language that's used in the document. It's very progressive. It doesn't use antiquated colonial language like claims. So thank you for that. And I urge that we are very careful in how we discuss these matters as well in this House. We don't use colonial language like claims. These are not claims, these are rights. But now that I've said the nice thing about this with Cabinet, and I know that the Premier asked for comments, but it would have been nice if we'd seen those documents before they were tabled. I would have made some suggestions about how to make them more user-friendly. It's pretty dense, the presentation. I would have probably included some kind of summary, some background on negotiations. People don't know what happens with negotiations. I don't know what happens at the negotiations table, but we have to do a better job explaining to the public what actually happens at these negotiations and who's at the table. We don't do a good job at that, and I think this was an opportunity to do some of that work. So the presentation of in the documents, I think, leaves a lot to be desired. I probably would have used some tables and so on, as I said, to try to better present some of the information, but it's out there now, and I hear from the Premier that she's interested in getting comments and feedback on that, and I will do that. I think it would have also been helpful in the documents to explain how this differs from the old approach. That's not in there, really, in any detail. So I think that would have been a helpful addition to these documents that were just tabled earlier today. I think that's all I have, Mr. Chair, but I just can't impress strongly enough the need to move on this. As I say, we've got a narrow window to get this important work done, and that should be one of the top priorities for our cabinets, or our colleagues on the cabinet side. Please get that job done before the end of this assembly. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. O'Reilly. Ms. Whalen Armstrong?
There was one more thing that I want to mention is that what I would like for the N.W.T to do is to recognize and respect the Indigenous agreement that's already in place, that's already settled. So that's what I would like for the N.W.T to do, because right now the process is too slow, and there's a lot of fighting right now. I know that there's a lot of disagreement between two parties. So what I would like for the N.W.T to do is to recognize and respect the settled agreement that is in place and work with the people, work with the leaders, Indigenous government leaders. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Wozniak?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I wanted to speak a bit about the opportunity I had to be on the committee. I was very grateful to be on the committee. It was an honor to be on this committee dealing with this topic. It was an interesting, I'm new to the Assembly. This is my first time here, but it was clear even so that this was something being done very differently, to have both members of Cabinet and MLAs on one committee working together, figuring out the process by which we would do that, so that it wasn't just about what the Cabinet would do or what ministers would do, but what we could truly do as a collective and as a group. So that was a very positive experience simply in and of itself, but particularly dealing with something like the United Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. I wanted to speak a little bit about that process too, it's more specifically, which was that having such a wide range of witnesses appear. We had both academics, we had Indigenous leaders, we had members from Indigenous governments, representatives on behalf of the Indigenous governments, as well as leadership directly. So again, it was quite a breadth of opportunity to hear from many different perspectives, many of which did not align one with the other. So I do encourage people to read the report, because the report, part of the reason, at least in my view, as one member, why it was determined to be worth the time and the effort to come up with an interim report, which went through many, quite a lot of effort by the staff and the officials who put it together and reviews, is to put to the whole of this House, but also to the public, what we've been doing as a committee, where we're at thus far, and also to try to take this opportunity to lay out the challenges of this area, to lay out the challenges presented in trying to say, well, why aren't you doing something with the declaration? Why don't you just implement it? Because it's not really that simple. And too easily, complexity can perhaps sometimes be an excuse. So something is complex, a problem is complex, and therefore it's going to take time. But in this case, that is true, and this report deals with it. But I'd also say, Mr. Chair, in this case, complexity in some ways is our opportunity. We have a diverse range of governments operating within the territorial boundaries of the Northwest Territories, different treaties, different stages of implementation of treaties and land claims and self-government agreements, and yet we were able to bring those representatives together. One thing that was acknowledged, and it's at page 43 of the report, is that diversity and the acknowledgement of it were stressed in all of our discussions. that the declaration itself could not solve the diversity with one legal regime, but no, there's a lot of folks noting that the way forward has already begun with the creating of the different Northwest Territories forums. So of course there's modern treaties, there's Council of Leaders, and so this is where I say it's an opportunity, and I think that positivity comes through in the report, that while it's complex and the road may be long and it's been a bit winding, we are showing leadership here in the Northwest Territories. So, I wanted to highlight that piece of the positive news that, in my view, comes out of the report, which is not to say that there's not still work to be done, which is not to say that when we heard from Indigenous leadership or those representing them, that there was a lot of passion being brought to the table to implore the work to continue and to not let the kind of momentum that we have get lost. And again, with respect to this being an interim report, as I think people have already spoken to, I do hope that colleagues here read it, that the public reads it, that we do hear back and hear feedback, particularly in the areas of potential future recommendations. So at the very end, at page 53, it says it's potential areas for future recommendations, which is a bit of a mouthful, but it really is, it's an interesting opportunity, because here we are being told, and at the very top of this section, it's about operationalizing consent. The idea that consent should permeate all activities, not only land and resources. That applies to the very work that we are doing. So, in a sense, you don't want to find a simple solution and say, well, it's going to be this way. We will legislate and it will say this, or it will just apply as a blanket. If we're going to truly, embody reconciliation and embody the principles of UNDRIP, of the Declaration, well, then we need to be doing that in the process itself. So this is an effort to embody that in the process itself of sharing what we've heard, sharing what we've learned, checking back in broadly with members here and with members of the public. So again, I am hoping that people will take that call up quite seriously and hear and review this and read this and turn their minds to it, because the solution isn't going to be a simple one, but it can be a truly made in the North one. And so in that sense, it's, it again was where I say it was quite an honor to be a part of getting us this far, but it's we're really just one part. So this is an opportunity again to have a Made in the North approach. The discussions will be ongoing. They'll continue forward. And again, I think there's a tone of while there's much work to be done, there is a tone of opportunity and hopefulness. And I'm certainly looking forward to how this might move forward and where this might see the Northwest Territories and have us have our leadership as a territory be put forward going forward within Canada, in my view. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister Wasnick. Are there any further questions? Comments? Ms. Marcellus?
I just have a couple of questions for clarity. One of the questions I wanted to clarify the different objectives of the Council of Leaders and the Intergovernmental Council. Because I remember sitting on the Intergovernmental Council, which was a federal kind of criteria that you had to follow to sit on the Intergovernmental Council. And all of a sudden we have the Council of Leaders, and a lot of the ones that are on the Council of Leaders are not, they both have different perspectives, but it's confusing to, if I'm confused a bit about this, can you imagine everybody else? And that's my first question.
The Premier doesn't have staff here or witnesses, so if she would like to answer that question, I will allow it. Premier?
You know that this isn't my report, so I shouldn't be actually on the stand, but in fairness, I will answer that question because it's an easy one. If you give me a hard one, I'm not answering it. But really, there is three roles. So we've always had the Intergovernmental Council. That was formed part of devolution. It was before my time, previous Premier. And that the Intergovernmental Council is strictly around land and resources and royalties. I mean, that's their whole goal. But I noticed even with the last government that I was in and this government is that there was always issues brought up at that table that weren't land and resources that they wanted to discuss as well. So that's why we developed the Council of Leaders table. The Council of Leaders table does not talk about land and royalties at all. That's not the place. That still stays with the Intergovernmental Council. The Council of Leaders talks about everything else, such as housing, health, everything that is not, everything except land and resources. So it's a forum that all Indigenous governments can speak to. And then we also have the Modern Treaty and Self-Government table because ironically, they asked for it. They started it because of the fear of our mandate for the United Nations Declaration as a mandate. The land claim governments that already have signed agreements were really not liking that, and so they were really adamant that they have rights. And within the United Nations Declaration, it says recognize the self-government agreements that are already signed. So they asked for the implementation table, and I just agreed to carry it on. So the Modern Treaty on Self-Government is strictly around implementation of agreements, things in common. So land and water, Intergovernmental Council, everything else, whatever social programs, whatever, the Intergovernment or the Council of Leaders, and then Modern Treaty have their own. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Premier. If there's no further comments, I'll give,
is in relation to the presentations that were given to SCREA. I made it very clear that educating those who have never been involved in land claim issues and sitting at a table was not the priority, hopefully, of this of SCREA. I have a real problem when I was sitting there. I almost decided I was going to leave at one point because I didn't think that it was going to be overkill on the presentations of all these people who said they were this and that and that and the other, and had no knowledge of what was actually going on at the table. And I felt very strongly about that, and I want to say that publicly because, this is the kind of situation that we get into with regards to people who also get into negotiation with Indigenous people, and it's never a good outcome. Okay? We're not here to, that's, and if your colleagues on that side do not understand all these different things about negotiation, then they should do that on their own time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
thank you, Ms. Marcellus. Are there any further comments? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to respond to the MLA from Thabachis said, you get these white Southern lawyers who show up and they kind of drag the process down. And I just want to say I couldn't agree more that this is a purely political thing. I think it has become depoliticized. I actually don't trust that a negotiator right now is empowered enough to work their decisions up through the bureaucracy. I don't really want EIA consulting other N.W.T departments on mandates. I don't really care what the other departments say. I think there is a world where there's an internal review of this done where the Premier appoints previous leaders who have settled agreements and they directly report to her and she picks up the phone and she has a direct line with negotiators and we get these done. I'm not convinced that the current government bureaucracy system is actually capable of doing this. So I just would encourage the Premier to review some of those internal functions because I've heard it from both N.W.T negotiators and Indigenous government negotiators. They just can't get an answer on things, and it often takes far too long to make any progress. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnston. Ms. Semler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I'm the last to speak because I want to close this up by thanking the committee again for the work that we have done, as this is an interim report. We still have many Indigenous governments that we want to hear from. So hopefully this discussion in Committee of the Whole today, and even some of the questions that are being asked at this in here, is going to stem up some of that conversation, especially with our Indigenous leaders, and we would love to hear from them on these topics. And so I want to make sure that all of us know that this report is been tabled and it is on our website, and that we should, you know, if our Indigenous groups in our ridings haven't received this report, reach out to them and see if they have it, and you know, and we will take the feedback. Even if we've heard from them already, we will take more feedback, because I think that's the only way that this committee is going to be able to come up with the recommendations. And you know, even though this report was written before the documents were tabled in the House today on the core principle and objectives and the mandate, and trying to bring that to light so people can understand that. That is in our report. The government has already heard that. They're starting to make these changes. The more that we speak about this, the more the government knows what we want and what we can do to make this process easier. That is the way we're going to get it done. And so, again, thank you to all the colleagues in here for having the comments, and we'll be able to continue our work with all of our members that we have started with. And thank you, Mr. Chair.
Assembler. Seeing no further comments, thank you, committee. Do you agree that you have concluded consideration of Committee Report 27-19, Bracket 2, Special Committee on Reconciliation and Indigenous Affairs Interim Report, what we have heard about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and negotiating agreements? Thank you, committee. We have concluded consideration of Committee Report 27-19-2, Special Committee on Reconciliation, Indigenous Affairs, Interim Report. What we heard about the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples and negotiating agreements. Mr. O'Reilly.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I move that the chair rise and report progress.
There's a motion on the floor to report progress. The motion is ordered, non-debatable. All those in favor? All those opposed? Motion is carried. I will now rise and report progress.
May I please have the report of Committee of the Whole, member for Haver South.
Mr. Speaker, your committee has been considering Bill 46, Bill 47, and Committee Report 27-19 Bracket 2, and would like to report progress and that Committee Report 27-19 Bracket 2 is concluded and that Bills 46 and 47 are ready for third reading. And, Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the Committee of the Whole be concurred with. Thank you.
Haver South, do we have a seconder? Member for Haver North. All those in favor? All those opposed? Any abstentions? Motion is carried. Third reading of bills. Third reading of bills. Mr. Clerk, orders of the day.
Orders of the day for Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, 1:30 p.m. Prayer, minister statements, member statements, recognition of visitors in the gallery, reports of committees on the review of bills, reports of standing and special committees, returns to oral questions, acknowledgements, oral questions, returns to written questions, replies to commissioner's address, petitions, tabling of documents, notices of motion, motions, notice of motion for the first reading of bills, second reading of bills, bills 52 and 53, consideration of committee of the whole, bills and other matters, bills 23, 29, and 40, committee report 29-19-2, report of committee of the whole, third reading of bills, bills 46 and 47, orders of the day.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This House stands adjourned until Tuesday, May 31st, 2022 at 1:30 p.m.